singing of O Canada, led by the Pages. Let the doors be open, qu'on ouvre les portes. Oh, I see. Order. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievements of a formidable group of men, women, and youth. The Balmy Beach Club is a historic local landmark in Beaches, East York, home to the greatest rugby club in Canada. As winners of back-to-back provincial championships in 2014 and 2015, and after a perfect 20-win, undefeated season in 2011, they have the most provincial championships in Ontario rugby history. My friend, Corey Applesauce Appleton, leads the back-to-back champion seconds team, and their under-25 academy team won the Toronto Rugby Union Men's Championship last year. We should also be proud of our national programs, as two of our teams prepare for the Summer Olympic Games in Brazil, where Rugby Sevens joins the sports program. And this month, our national senior men's team will be hosting a series of international matches in Vancouver, Calgary, and my hometown, Toronto. Let me close by acknowledging Rugby Canada's world-class safe sport program, Play Smart, and by thanking Jerry Allen, a longtime Beaches resident, for his tireless work promoting the club and the game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, for the past few years, many of my constituents have been involved in an effort to raise awareness of a proposed CN intermodal facility in my riding of Milton. Today, I hope to present petitions signed by more than 4,000 of my residents opposed to this proposal. Now, while my feelings on the facility are well known, I'd like to take this opportunity today to recognize the leadership and the organizational efforts of the following: Rita Post and Milton Rail, Stacey Newman and Milton Says No, Milton Town Council, the Mayor of Milton, His Worship Gord Krantz, and Gary Carr, the Regional Chair. It's never easy for volunteer organizations to compete with the resources of a much larger corporation, but these petitions are a testament to their hard work and their determination. I made a commitment to stand with my constituents, and I do so today, and I encourage the Minister of Transport to work with our community to help find a solution. Thank you.
Honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to salute an old friend and colleague, Jim Harrison of CHNL Radio in Kamloops, on his forthcoming retirement as news director. Jim's led one of British Columbia's most celebrated newsrooms for over 40 years, practically since the station signed on. And in that time, he distinguished himself as a leader, the one who molded many fine news reporters and founded NL's reputation as one of BC's best radio news operations. Jim's instincts and integrity as a reporter, his deep understanding of the roots of the community, and his storytelling skills, be it a news item or the daily editorials that he produced over all those years, have produced numerous awards for his newsroom and for himself in 2007, the Bruce Hutchison Lifetime Achievement Award. Retired, but never retiring, Jim, like so many recovering broadcasters, will still be a presence on the air. And I want to take this opportunity to pass on my best wishes for many more years of service and success at Radio NL.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Tomorrow, June 2nd, is the first ever World Eating Disorders Action Day. I voice sympathy for those we've lost to eating disorders and our compassion and encouragement for those battling an eating disorder and their families. You see, about 80% of people with eating disorders are girls or women. Eating disorders have the highest mortality rate of any mental illness, yet full recovery is possible. Here in Canada, organizations such as Windsor's Bulimia, Anorexia, and Nervosa Association work hard to advance awareness, research, and treatment of this misunderstood illness. The Government of Canada should work with them, allocate more funding for research, and work with provinces and territories to establish a national strategy for the elimination of these eating disorders.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today to acknowledge the 100th anniversary of Hodgson Senior Public School, an outstanding institution that has dedicated a century to nurturing generations of local youth. Located in Midtown Toronto in the heart of Don Valley West, Hodgson opens its doors in the middle of World War I. Since then, they have been committed to serving the North Toronto community, offering unique programs designed to accommodate students from varying backgrounds and learning styles. I'm proud to salute the students, faculty, and alumni of Hodgson Senior Public School for 100 years of exceptional work. Hodgson, quite importantly, provides students with an extensive co-curricular program, a safe learning environment, and a faculty that encourages students to follow their passions and achieve their full potential. A special shout out to their music program, especially the percussion section. Please join me in celebrating 100 years of Hodgson Senior Public School.
The honourable member for Peace River Westdock.
Mr. Speaker, the hardworking people of Alberta contribute greatly to Canada's economic well-being. However, Liberal and NDP policies have resulted in over 100,000 unemployed Albertans.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, these skilled workers are not looking for handouts. They want to get back to work.
That's right.
One of these hardworking Albertans is Jason DeBrule, an out-of-work oilfield worker from my riding who's frustrated with watching investment leave our country because this government's dithering. Jason is tired of seeing hardworking families lose their homes and face bankruptcy. So last month, Jason started a campaign to draw attention to the lack of support for our energy sector. He left his home in Falher, Alberta, and walked 430 kilometers to deliver his message to the Alberta legislature. Today, Jason has brought his campaign to Parliament Hill, and as the voice of over 100,000 unemployed Albertans, Mr. Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister and the Liberal government is listening to Albertans like Jason and will stop dragging their feet on pipelines, while countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Russia are all too happy to pick up the slack.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I was joined by Tanimont Royal Mayor Philippe Roy and the TMR Town Council as we unveiled a plaque declaring TMR a National Historical Site of Canada.
The city was designed by Frederick Todd, an urban planner who was strongly influenced by the Cité Beautiful and Cité Jardin movements. It was incorporated in 1912 as part of an initiative by the Canadian Northern Railway Company.
Its center, traversed by two wide major boulevards which cut through the town, with setback streets and a ring of parks spread through the municipality, TMR is one of the most beautiful spots on the Montreal Island.
Its residents come from both official language communities of Canada and from a wide range of cultures, races, and religions.
TMR's diversity is its strength. Bravo, Mont-Royal.
Bravo, Mount Royal.
the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Italian national holiday, Festa della Repubblica. 70 years ago, on June 2nd, 1946, the people of Italy demonstrated exceptional resilience in the aftermath of the Second World War by voting to establish the modern-day Italian Republic. Festa della Repubblica not only serves as a commemoration of that landmark in modern Italian history, but also as the beginning to Ontario's Italian Heritage Month in June, a month-long celebration of the tremendous contributions that Italian Canadians have made to Ontario. Italians have played an instrumental and invaluable role in building strong communities across Canada, and through their ingenuity, hard work, and cultural endowments, continue to drive Canadian development into the 21st century. I invite my colleagues to join me in this opportunity to salute the heritage, culture, and values of over 1.5 million Italian Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Grazie mille, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Elgin, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge that today, June 1st, is the beginning of Canada's first Pride Month. In far too many countries around the world, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals are among the poorest, most marginalized members of society, found jobless, homeless, and struggling to survive. In some cases, LGBTQ individuals, as a result of who they are rejected by their families, kicked out of their homes, and pushed out of school. Our nation was built on common values such as tolerance, openness, and diversity, and we must continue to be a model of an inclusive society. As a country, we must show future generations that the best way to advance our shared goals is to embrace all members of our human family, regardless of whom they are or whom they love. I implore all Canadians to stand with me in encouraging our LGBTQ brothers and sisters to be proud of who they are, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the privilege of visiting Tanzania to see firsthand how the Government of Canada is working with partners like World Vision to improve the health of women and children while helping communities overcome poverty and injustice. We saw development aid at work. Communities have been transformed and empowered through World Vision's long-term health and livelihood programs. We also saw that much work remains to be done if the poorest women and children are to have access to family planning, skilled help during pregnancy, and better nutrition for themselves and their babies. Mr. Speaker, reaching the Sustainable Development Goal of zero preventable deaths is possible in places like Tanzania. I am proud to say that this remains a top priority for Canada, and I look forward to working with my fellow parliamentarians to increase our focus on empowering the most vulnerable women and children to achieve a high level and sustainable quality of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, today is the start of ALS Awareness Month. ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease, does not have a cure nor an effective treatment. In Canada, up to 3,000 people are living with ALS, and about 1/3 of them will succumb to the disease this year. Last year, the Ice Bucket Challenge raised $15 million for ALS research, but we need to do more. Comme nous le savons tous.
As we all know, our good friend and colleague, the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier, suffers from this terrible disease. I myself and many other members of this House will join the ALS walk here in Ottawa on his behalf on Saturday, June 11th. I encourage Canadians to join in one of the 90 walks taking place across the country and to support ALS research with a donation at als.ca.
Word on social media using the hashtag ALS Awareness. Thank you.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a moment today to talk about a friend of this chamber, our current ambassador to Ireland, Ambassador Kevin Vickers, who we all recall on October 22nd, 2014, responded in the face of danger and turned a tragic day and prevented it from becoming far worse. He has a lifetime of service to this country, 29 years in the RCMP, 8 years as our Sergeant of Arms, many decorations, including Canada's Star of Courage. On October 23rd, the Prime Minister, then the third party leader, Mr. Speaker, said to Kevin, "Without your courage, a terrible situation would have become much worse." Last week in Ireland, there was a situation that developed at an event. Mr. Vickers responded instinctively to make sure that there were no threats to those attending. As our ambassador, using minimal force, Mr. Speaker, he responded out of instincts to make sure that a situation did not get worse. He made Canada proud, Mr. Speaker. So I ask all members of this House, and I ask the Prime Minister, to show his support for our ambassador in Ireland, Kevin Vickers, here today in this House.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, the month of June represents Portuguese Heritage Month. The Portuguese Canadian community is a vibrant community that has enhanced the Canadian mosaic with its history, language, and culture. Portuguese explorers were among the first Europeans to see Canadian soil. Ma circonscription de York South-Weston.
My riding of York South-Weston is the home to one of the most vital and vibrant Portuguese communities in Canada. Each year, during the week of June 10th, Portuguese communities gather in the streets of Toronto wearing traditional costumes to commemorate and to celebrate themselves by displaying their sense of harmony and cultural uniqueness in multiple ways to other Canadians. I look forward to attend many of these festivities.
Canadians to take part in these commemorative events in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, today will be a very emotional day for Albertans as the first group of Fort McMurray residents return to their city to witness firsthand the fate of their homes. There's likely not a single Albertan, let alone Canadian, without a family member, friend, or colleague impacted by the fire. My own cousin, a nurse in Fort McMurray, and her husband, a senior airport employee, were evacuated and now kindly hosted by Edmonton Friends. Both look forward to returning home. Everyone is grateful for the valiant work by the firefighters, from local Indigenous firefighters to those from across the nation and the globe, and for the generous donations from near and far. Recovery will be a long process. Fort McMurray Strong needs a long-term commitment from the federal government to help tackle the daunting task of recovery and rebuilding critical infrastructure and fire mitigation. Canadians will be here for you for the long term.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, June is ALS Awareness Month. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is a rapidly progressive fatal motor neuron disease that leaves those affected in a state of progressive paralysis. In 2005, my father succumbed to ALS after a 4-year fight, so it's affected me personally. And all members in this House have witnessed the courage of the member for Ottawa-Vanier as he battles this terrible disease. Each year at this time, friends, family, and supporters of those suffering from ALS dedicate their time and energy to raise awareness for a treatment and a cure. In dozens of communities across the country, the Walk for ALS is taking place to help raise funds for critical research and support. I encourage each member to wear a cornflower today to demonstrate our support in the fight against ALS so that together we can support victims and families and promote research to find a cure.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Monsieur le Président, c'est le sommet.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tourism Week in Canada.
One of the best countries in the world to visit. From the breathtaking scenery and inspiring natural surroundings in our national parks to our beautiful and vibrant urban centres, Canada gives travellers amazing experiences and memories that keep them coming back. The $90 billion per year tourism industry is an integral part of our economy, employing nearly 640,000 jobs directly and over 1 million jobs indirectly. We recognize that when the tourism industry flourishes, so do the hundreds of thousands of Canadian families supported by the industry. And that's why we added tourism as a new category to the Building Canada Fund, and why we provided an additional $50 million for the new marketing campaigns in the United States and other key markets. Mr. Speaker, as we get ready for Canada's 150th, let's all get out and enjoy our country's awe-inspiring natural wonders, our vibrant cultural life, and support our local economies across our nation from coast to coast to coast.
Oral questions. Questions orales. Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today we learned that Canadian Special Forces recently came under fire in a battle near Mosul in Iraq. This directly contradicts the Prime Minister's claims that Canada is only doing training. On this side of the House, we've been clear Canada should be taking the fight to ISIS. But it was the Liberals who, for purely political reasons, claimed that all we'd be doing is training, insinuating that this would be much safer. How can the Prime Minister claim this is just a training mission when our troops are under fire?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We have said from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada has an important role to play as part of the coalition against ISIL. And indeed, training on the ground, advising and assisting local troops in being able to bring the fight effectively to ISIL and reclaim their lands and territories, that's exactly what we've committed to do. On top of that, we're adding extra intelligence and medical support to ensure that Canada has the best impact in empowering local troops to defeat ISIL. That's what we committed to doing, and that's exactly what we are doing.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our troops are doing extraordinary work in the fight against ISIS, but the Liberals have put them into a more dangerous mission, tried to call it training, and have withdrawn our CF-18s that are a key pillar to degrade the enemy. Make no mistake, if our troops come under fire, they should always respond with overwhelming force. But what the government shouldn't do is mislead Canadians about the nature of this mission. It's more dangerous and it is combat. Is the Prime Minister finally prepared to admit that Canada's mission in Iraq is combat?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the mission in Iraq is support, assist, and that's exactly what it is. It's focused on training. It is not a direct combat mission. It is not a combat mission. It's focused on empowering local troops to be able to counter ISIL. But of course, Canadian troops will always be allowed to defend themselves while they support local troops taking the fight to ISIL.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to ram through his change to our voting system without giving Canadians a voice. He's rigged the process to get the results that he wants. Canadians know that this entire thing is a sham, and it shows a complete lack of respect for our democracy. Mr. Speaker, when's the Prime Minister going to climb down from this mess he's created and give Canadians what they want, which is a referendum?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, on October 19th of last year, Canadians indicated what they wanted. They voted majoritarily for parties that were committed to ending first past the post. That's exactly the commitment we made, and that's what we're moving forward with. Of course, as is our custom, as is our responsibility, unlike the opposition when they were in government, we will be consulting, working with opposition parties, working with experts, ensuring that we have the best possible electoral system going forward. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there in debate in the House of Commons, the Liberals are preventing full consultation of Canadians. 73% of Canadians want a referendum. I think the Liberals should take that into account. The Prime Minister referred to people voting on October 19th. Well, let them vote in a referendum. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have no intention of limiting debate here in the House of Commons, although I would encourage a healthy debate here in the House and at committee. But we all committed to consult Canadians directly, to look into how we can improve our electoral system. We'll be working very hard to make sure Canadians play a major role in how we replace and improve our voting system. Now, a member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals will have a majority on the committee, and we don't agree with that. This is a fundamental issue, changing the way Canadians choose their elected officials to make decisions on their behalf. It's essential, Mr. Speaker, for the public to participate through a referendum. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Again, Mr. Speaker, this member is talking about listening to Canadians on something as important as how we vote. I find it a bit funny because they're the party who eliminated and limited voting rights for many people. They limited voting rights for many people without consulting. They made it harder for minority groups to vote, but in spite of that, Canadians made themselves heard and chose a party that will replace our electoral system. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, In 2007, for 9 days, the RCMP illegally spied on 2 Canadian journalists. The RCMP commissioner said he never authorized the surveillance. Mr. Speaker, the facts are very serious. This affects one of the foundations of our democracy, freedom of the press. Will the Prime Minister give in to our and journalists' calls for a public inquiry into these illegal RCMP activities? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious situation. As I've repeatedly said, it's wholly unacceptable that this happened in Canada. The RCMP has taken steps. The Office of Public Safety has taken steps. If the journalists in question or others have questions, the RCMP would be happy to answer their questions. It was a mistake. It's been settled and we've learned from the situation. The Honourable Member for Outremont. No, it's not a mistake. It's illegal conduct. The RCMP spied on journalists. It's serious. Something more has to be done than just saying cliche expressions.
Reaching the rights of Canadians by gathering data on people who simply ask for government information. Worse, it's not even the first time this has happened. It's a troubling trend when it comes to the government spying on Canadians. As we know, they also spied on journalists at the RCMP. Bill C-51 was the Conservatives' attack on our rights and freedoms. Why has the Prime Minister done nothing to get rid of C-51?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we have engaged in significant consultations with stakeholders. We're going to continue those. We've made clear commitments about improving C-51. We've made commitments to bring in an oversight committee of parliamentarians in which all parties will be able to participate to ensure that our national security agencies and security services are behaving both within respect of the law and the Charter, and also doing everything they can to protect Canadians, because that's what Canadians expect.
Member for Outremont.
Canadians expect their rights to be protected by their Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Liberals plan to force through their bill to strip protections for thousands of aerospace workers here in Canada by using closure and shutting down debate at third reading. The Prime Minister once stood shoulder to shoulder chanting solidarity with the very workers he's now abandoning. While other governments are making investments in our aerospace sector, will the Prime Minister provide one single reason why he's in such a rush to sell out Canadian aerospace jobs?
Prime Minister.
On the first issue the honourable member brought up, Canadians expect 2 things. They expect their government to protect their physical security and defend their rights. And we are the only party that indicated time and time again in the last election and since that we knew we needed to do both of those things together. On the question of an aerospace industry and the strong jobs that go with it, this government has been working tirelessly to ensure that Canadians have good jobs in the aerospace industry and that we have an aerospace industry good in the short term, medium term, and long term. That is what we're working on. That's what Canadians expect of us.
Now, member for Outremont. This week, the Quebec government again announced major investments in the aerospace industry. Meanwhile, back in Ottawa, the government is asleep at the wheel. Nothing on Bombardier, no aerospace policy. The only thing the government has done is cause 2,600 job losses at Air Canada. Why is the Prime Minister in such a rush to give Air Canada a blank check? They've never complied with the Act, and there were no consequences. Why are they so naive as to think that Air Canada will keep their word this time? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is working hard to create jobs in the aerospace industry, not just now, but in the medium and long term too. That's why we're working with our partners like Bombardier and Air Canada all across the country to ensure investment in innovation, high-quality jobs in that industry. And we're going to continue to support and encourage investment in aeronautics in Canada all across the country. It's important to Canadians. It's important for jobs. It's important for our economy.
The honourable member for Brant-Fairdrie.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Democratic Institutions is actually interested in having a conversation on electoral reform, she can't just keep repeating random verbs and nouns. She actually has to listen. Consultation, conversation, listening. They're all great nouns and verbs, Mr. Speaker. But I have a noun for the Liberals: referendum. The Canadian people deserve one. Will the Liberals finally commit to one?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to believe that listening to Canadians is our priority as members, but also my priority as Minister for Democratic Institutions. It is our responsibility as a House to ensure that the voices of our constituents are heard. I'm looking forward to this conversation happening in this House in a meaningful and respectful way beginning tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems like the minister is confused about how conversations work. Both parties get to participate. The Liberals can't just dictate the result. The only person that's taking away from the conversation is the minister by following the Prime Minister's preconceived notion of where he wants the consultations to arrive. So if the Liberals truly wanted to listen, they let each and every Canadian have a say through a referendum. So will the Liberals drop the act already? Referendum, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for this conversation. We listen to Canadians. Over 60% said that we need to review other options and we need to move beyond the status quo. We committed to bringing forward a committee made up of all members of this House, all parties of this House, to review the options available, including online voting, including mandatory voting. I'm looking forward to continuing a meaningful and respectful dialogue between all parties.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the minister said here in the House that I was having trouble with the idea of listening. So yesterday I was looking for quotes from political analysts, reputable analysts, and here's what I found. The minister is burning bridges. The Liberal proposal is unsupportable. The Liberals were responsible for reassuring their political adversaries and did quite the opposite. Mr. Speaker, I can't be the only one who is having trouble listening. I would invite the minister to hold a referendum and consult Canadians. They're the ones with the real problem listening. The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the media. I believe nothing is more important to democracy than a well-informed electorate. I also believe we need to listen to those whose voices have not been included in this conversation, like those with disabilities and exceptionalities, representatives of which we met with early on. What we're hearing from people with disabilities is that the path to voting is an obstacle course. An obstacle course, Mr. Speaker. Let's listen to these voices and improve our electoral system and the way people vote.
I'm going to ask the member for Brantford Brant not to speak when someone else has the floor. He knows better than that, and we all do. Most members are able to hear things they don't like and disagree with without reacting. That's something we should all do because we're all adults. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions has the floor. No, she's finished. Fine.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the minister is lecturing us on partisanship in the House, the same minister who considers her tweets as a way of consulting. She has set up a stacked committee controlled by the Liberals without consultation. The minister has said here in the House that we in the opposition are the partisan ones. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, can the minister finally commit to holding a referendum so that all Canadians...
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to bringing together a committee made up of all parties to review the various options available to us. The purpose of this committee coming together is to hear from Canadians firsthand. And yes, using 21st century tools like social media is smart and necessary for us to make sure that all voices, as many voices as possible, are included in this conversation. I'm looking forward to a respectful and meaningful dialogue with all parties.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the minister justified the government's hiring of a communications advisor who is a professional advocate for a ranked ballot system on the irrelevant basis that he wasn't hired for being a Liberal. But that, of course, is not the issue. He was hired because he's an advocate of the ranked ballot system. Why, when the different proposals have not even been submitted and the committee hasn't even been struck, is the Liberal Party already hiring somebody
who has a position, why are they putting in the fix before the process has even started? Why will they not simply allow a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows quite well that this individual was hired by the Privy Council to work as a communications advisor, as a member of Canada's non-partisan public service. We are proud of the professional, non-partisan public service who come to work day in and day out with the sole purpose of serving Canadians. I encourage the member opposite to consider doing the same.
The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, of course, the minister is mistaken. The role of the Privy Council, the role of the public service is to be non-biased. It is, however, to represent what the government wants. And what the government wants, apparently, is to have a single-member district preferential ballot system. So I'll ask the question again. Why did the Liberals hire an individual to communicate on behalf of ranked ballots? What possible reason could the Liberals have, unless they have already predetermined the outcome of this entire process? Is that why they don't want to allow Canadians to engage in a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I reject the premise of the member's question, and I'd like to reassure him that what we committed to, and the only outcome that we have arrived at to this point, is bringing together parliamentarians in this place to review the options available to us. I know this is a difficult concept for the member opposite to grasp. I know there is lingering cynicism from their practices over the last decade. That is not the way we do things, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to us realizing that, all of us together.
I know members don't want to question the intelligence of members here. We've got a very intelligent group, all 337, and then there's me, but that's another matter.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to respect our veterans, but today we learned that only high-ranking vets will actually benefit from the increased benefits promised in the budget for injured vets who are unable to work. It makes no sense. Under its plan, the government is even going to demote some vets. Does the government realize that one of the worst insults to a soldier is a demotion? What's the minister waiting for? It's time to fix this. The Honourable Minister.
Budget 2016, we've fulfilled our mandate commitment to increase earnings loss benefit to 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary, up from 75%. We committed $5.6 billion in financial security to veterans in Budget 2016. No veteran will receive less as a result of these changes. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to many, many, many more veterans having more money in their pocket to build their lives.
Member for London Fanshawe.
When Liberals promised an increase in benefits for permanently injured veterans, they failed to mention that their plan would benefit higher-ranking officials the most. What?
What's going on over there?
What's going on?
You're up.
Oh, come on. Let us start over. I can't even hear what's going on over there.
Mr. Speaker, may I start again?
I'm not sure what the problem was. It was a reaction to something. The honourable member for London Fanshawe has the floor. I ask her to put her question.
When Liberals promised an increase in benefits for permanently injured veterans, they failed to mention that their plan would benefit higher-ranking officials the most, while rank-and-file veterans would see minimal increases. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats believe that all veterans, regardless of rank, deserve to be treated with dignity. Mr. Speaker, this government is humiliating veterans. Why are they leaving behind those with the least? Why are Liberals treating our nation's most vulnerable veterans so disgracefully?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
We committed to treating veterans with care, compassion, respect, and delivering on financial services. We did that in this budget in 2016. I would ask the member to go back to my mandate letter, which said we would raise veterans' earning loss benefit to 90% of their pre-salary release. That's exactly what we did, delivering $5.6 billion in financial security to veterans and their families.
Red Deer Lacombe.
Speaker, the Liberals had a March Madness to remember, $27 towel bars, TVs for everyone, and a $2,500 desk for the defense minister. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the spending pack is the infrastructure minister. He racked up
a whopping $835,000 for a shiny new office, including an amazing $243,000 on furniture alone.
Life of the king.
At a time when Albertans are struggling to find work, why does this Edmonton minister think it's appropriate to spend almost $1 million on Sky Palace 2.0?
The Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, prior to this government taking charge, we did not have a solely dedicated ministry for infrastructure. We didn't have a solely dedicated DM for the infrastructure. We didn't have any staff to support the minister and the DM. So what we have done, the expenditures that the honourable member is talking about are to provide support staff, office space, the minister office space, and the DM office space. And we have followed the guidelines from the Treasury Board, and we are here to create efficiencies.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we had a great Minister of Infrastructure. Now we know what a poor Minister of Infrastructure is. Mr. Speaker, we know Liberals like to help themselves to taxpayers' money, and the facts are clear. The minister, obviously entitled to his entitlements, decided to spend nearly $1 million on his shiny new digs. But, Mr. Speaker, $250,000 on couches and TVs? Why is the only infrastructure money spent in Canada so far spent on posh offices for Liberal ministers?
The Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the expenditures the member is referring to is to provide office space for the minister, for the DM, as well as the staff members to support the minister and the DM. We are focused on delivering on the commitments that we made to Canadians. That's why we're consolidating on one floor the entire ministry to create efficiencies and live up to the expectations of Canadians in order to deliver on our commitments for infrastructure, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Speaker, the infrastructure has a mandate. That mandate is supposed to involve investment in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure like affordable housing. His objective should be to encourage economic growth. Can the minister explain how spending $250,000 on furniture for himself achieves that mandate? Does this minister truly believe that this is a good use of taxpayers' dollars?
The honourable member, Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, we are proud that we have committed to invest $120 billion to support public transit, to support investment in affordable housing, to support investment in cultural, recreational facility, to make our infrastructure more resilient to climate change. Unlike the previous government, we are delivering on those commitments right now, right away, instead of waiting for 2 years and missing 2 construction seasons and leaving Canadian communities behind, Mr. Speaker.
For Elgin Middlesex London.
Mr. Speaker, let's go back to the real issue. This minister can try to explain his lavish spending all he wants. The point is, he spent $250,000 taxpayer dollars on couches and coffee machines. This side of the House knows that his spending does nothing for Canadians. When will this minister admit that the only infrastructure plan he has is to beautify his own office?
The Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I answered the question on the expenditures, right? And I don't know which part of my answer the honourable member does not understand. This is a stand-alone ministry that did not exist before. We didn't have a dedicated DM. We didn't have a dedicated minister to deliver the commitments that we made to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in the past, the previous government wasted 2 construction seasons, not taking a single investments into communities. We want to do differently, and that is why we're delivering on the commitments we made to Canadians.
For Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, after all 3 parties agreed during the campaign, small business owners were counting on legislated tax cuts to help grow their business and create jobs in our communities. But Liberals broke their word, and their omnibus bill gets rid of this important help for small business. Just yesterday, Liberals voted down NDP amendments to fix the bill. Why did Liberals vote against their own election promise, and why did they vote down relief for Canada's best job creators?
Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question.
question, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are the backbone of the economy. They are our job creators. And for small business owners to succeed, they need a robust economy. They want increased revenue. So our middle-class tax cut puts money in the pockets of Canadians that need it most. Middle-class Canadians are also our customers. They buy the products and services that our small businesses need. Money in the pockets of Canadians is good for the economy, it's good for growing the economy, and we will grow this economy like we promised Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
For months, Liberals have been asking for ideas about how best to change our democracy. And yet every time myself, my friend from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, and New Democrats have offered solutions, Liberals have rejected them. Canadians are growing concerned and expect that when Parliament passes any new voting system, it must have the support of other parties in this place. So today, will the minister take a first and important step and agree to change the Liberal-dominated committee to one that is fair to all members of Parliament and the millions of Canadians we represent?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his work on this file and for proposing the motion he's proposed for us to talk about tomorrow. I welcome all members of this House to engage in this conversation. I know there's a lot of passion in this House. I know there are a lot of good ideas in this House, and I look forward to receiving all of them beginning tomorrow.
For Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, en cette journée mondiale du lait.
Mr. Speaker, on World Milk Day, we must note that in Canada, supply management helps support the dairy industry, 12,000 farms and families, 200,000 jobs, and the $20 billion that it contributes to our economy. Well, people, not to mention some Conservative Party leadership candidates, want to eliminate supply management. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture share with this House Canada's position on this issue? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président, en tant qu'ancien.
Mr. Speaker, as a dairy producer, I'd like to wish everyone an excellent World Milk Day. Contrary to the opposition, our government supports supply management and our dairy sector. We find it unacceptable for members opposite to support the abolition of supply management, which is a pillar of stability for farmers, their families, and rural communities. Our party fought in order to put in place supply management, and we will continue to defend it from those who want to abolish it.
And
I would like to ask the honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis to restrain himself.
Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, while Albertans are reeling from job losses and devastating forest fires, the Finance Minister is charging taxpayers $4,000 per flight for his staff to see New York. Yikes. Economy flights to New York are $600. Even business class is $1,200. Canadians control their spending. The government should control theirs too. How did the Finance Minister manage to spend $4,000 a person to go on a lavish trip to New York?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as finance ministers before me have done, I've taken the opportunity after presenting my budget not only to travel across Canada to tell Canadians about the measures that we're putting in place for them, but to travel internationally to talk to investors, economists, and others who will actually make investments into our country to help us to grow the economy, to make Canada better for this generation and for the next generation. We're proud of what we're doing, and we look forward to continuing to do it in years to come.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it needs a new travel agent. As each day passes, Canadians learn the Liberal family reunion in Washington cost more and more money. Initially, the Liberals claimed the whole trip was $25,000. Now they're saying it's at least $250,000. And it's about priorities, Mr. Speaker. How can the Liberals justify this runaway bill to taxpayers when they brought along their Director of Advertising but actually left the Natural Resources Minister at home?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I'll explain exactly how we'll justify that important visit. It's because of what was accomplished for Canadians. On that trip, Mr. Speaker, a historic visit, significant progress was made on issues as important to Canadians as climate change, as the environment, international security, defence cooperation, the Global Coalition Against ISIL, trade, transborder security. Mr. Speaker, we're proud of that trip. We're proud of what was accomplished, and all of the costs, as the member well knows, were proactively disclosed by a government that's committed to openness and transparency.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière.
Can't clap.
Mr. Speaker, the government was telling everything about the trip to Washington when they said it cost $25,000. We know full well that it's 10 times higher than that, $257,000 rather. Mr. Speaker, there were 21 people from PMO, 21. And even the advertising director, Mr. Speaker, how can the government claim that it is well managing taxpayers' money when it's spending recklessly for these trips abroad?
What has he done?
The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, perhaps a member opposite isn't accustomed to delegations from Canada to the U.S. because our Prime Minister's visit there was the first one since '97 to the States, where Canada had such an honour bestowed upon it. All of the expenditures were disclosed proactively, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our commitments. And, Mr. Speaker, what's also important for us is progress that was accomplished on very important files and issues that are important for Canadians. We're proud of the visit. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance stated yesterday that $12,000 was spent by 3 people to travel to New York. Now, when you know that you can reserve a seat for a few $100s, that leads us to be very skeptical. Can the minister tell us clearly how his employees got to New York? Were they in economy class, in business class? Were they traveling on government aircraft, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as previous Ministers of Finance, I too understand that it's important to communicate with Canadians and with investors across the world on issues important to Canada. Our budget was very important for Canadians and also important for international investors. And that is why I have traveled in order to focus on growing the economy with new investments to Canada. Thank you.
Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, millions of Canadians do not have enough savings to retire in dignity. This is a national crisis requiring national leadership. But after making big promises to boost the CPP, Liberals are now playing down expectations. They're refusing even to say what they're proposing to the provinces. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats believe all Canadians deserve to retire in dignity and security. So do Liberals believe in the goal of doubling CPP benefits? And what exactly is the minister planning to propose to the provinces?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and say that we join him in wanting to ensure that Canadians have a fair and real shot at retiring dignity. We want to help them to save so that they can have the appropriate opportunity that generations before have had. We are working in a collaborative fashion with provinces across the country, as we know is necessary in order to get to a conclusion that will actually come to make a better situation for Canadians through an enhanced Canada pension plan. That is our goal, and we look forward, hopefully, to be able to announce more on that in the coming months.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, today is World Milk Day, an opportunity to underscore the important contribution of the dairy industry to our economy that contributes some $19 billion. But the Liberal government, which claims it wants to support supply management, is abandoning our dairy producers by refusing to resolve the issue of diafiltered milk. Producers are more than fed up with Liberal inaction. There is a march coming to Ottawa, and they will be demonstrating it in front of Parliament tomorrow. To protect our economy in the regions, will the Liberals finally respect their promise to resolve this issue of dye-filtered milk? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we're aware of the concerns of the industry with respect to the use of dye-filtered milk in the making of cheese. In recent weeks, we have listened to them. We have had several very productive discussions that will help us to put in place a sustainable long-term strategy for the sector. Mr. Speaker, we are the government that strongly supports supply management.
And the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At last week's G7 in Japan, the Prime Minister showed real indifference to Prime Minister Abe's push to seek early ratification of the TPP. The Prime Minister, however, seems much more inclined to push for an early deal with China. Well, that's a very important market for us, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has also said, and I quote, "It's important that people know that when they sign a deal with Canada, a change in government isn't going to lead to that contract being ripped up." Why won't the Prime Minister prioritise ratifying the TPP before holding trade talks with China?
Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, this government clearly supports free trade as a way to create growth and create jobs, good jobs for the middle class. Witness our success, Mr. Speaker, with getting the CETA Accord back on track after it had fallen completely off the rails. When it comes to the TPP, Mr. Speaker, none of the other 12 countries have ratified the TPP, and that includes Japan. We have promised to consult Canadians, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast, and that's precisely what we are doing.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, the Prime Minister is making plenty of time today to meet with China's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Wang Yi. But can he tell us, did he stand up for our interests and condemn China's aggressive activities in the South China Sea, activities that are seriously upsetting stability in the region? Will the Liberals stand by our allies and keep their word, or are they playing diplomatic games just to please the Chinese government?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We believe that engaging with China in a comprehensive way is the most effective way forward. Having regular high-level interactions with China on a range of issues will allow us to continue to have frank and honest conversations to find common ground on difficult issues, including, of course, human rights. We consistently raise human rights concern with the Chinese government. The Minister is busy doing that today. Thank you very much.
A member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Kevin Garrett, a Canadian citizen who for years has assisted humanitarian programs into North Korea from his cafe in Dandong, China, has been imprisoned in China since 2014, indicted on phony and unsubstantiated charges of spying. Where our previous Conservative government spoke out strongly on Mr. Garrett's behalf, protesting the lack of evidence, the Liberals have only expressed concern. Mr. Speaker, why is an innocent Canadian being abandoned so the Prime Minister can pursue his fresh start with China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, the Garretts have not been abandoned by this government. We continue to be engaged in this file. We have expressed our concern for the well-being of the Garretts, and we have repeatedly raised the issue with Chinese officials at the highest levels. We'll continue to persist for our call for their return home safely.
A member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The manufacturing sector is a cornerstone of Canada's economy, but countries are becoming increasingly competitive when it comes to attracting high-tech investment. With nearly 1 in 8 jobs here in Canada linked to foreign investment, can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development update this House on the government's efforts to attract high-quality jobs within our country?
Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Niagara Centre for his question and for his efforts as a former mayor and now the Member of Parliament in promoting economic development. From day one, our government has been focused on attracting job-creating investments to this country. Today, our commitment is paying off with GE Canada selecting Welland, Ontario as a location for its new quote-unquote brilliant factory. This facility will create 150 jobs in Phase 1 and begin production in 2018, Mr. Speaker. We're working with Export Development Canada, and this initiative speaks to our commitment to growing the economy and creating jobs.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many residents in northern BC are still awaiting the Liberals' final decision on Pacific Northwest LNG. In fact, a group of these residents have traveled all the way across Canada promoting LNG and are with us here today. MLA Pat Pym, Alan Yu, Christy Lear, Ramona McDonald, Chris Lafrada, Jason DeBrule, and Dion De Silva. Mr. Speaker, we are looking for answers. When will the Liberals stop the delays and approve BC LNG so my residents can get back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are engaged in a fair and thorough review process. I met the individuals in question today. We hear from all stakeholders. There are significant concerns around the project, but we're working with the proponent. Once we have the sufficient information, we will make a decision within 90 days. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I point out to the government that the construction season is well underway and that it is very short, in fact, and despite the meagre amounts promised to victims of pyrrhotite, people are still waiting. Homeowners affected are worried, and rightly so, because they might miss the entire 2016 construction season. What's more, this delay penalizes families who are working so hard to make ends meet with difficulty. Can the federal government commit to transfer, as of this week, the $10 million in the budget for this issue? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised to hear you, but I'm very pleased to say that, first of all, this is an important issue to compensate to people affected by pyrrhotite. For 10 years they were ignored, and Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that on this side of the House, during the election campaign, we made a commitment with the Prime Minister to help victims of pyrrhotite. There was $30 million set aside. We made the promise, we've kept it, and the Prime Minister himself met with victims to show the importance of it. We made a promise, and we're keeping it to help the victims of pyrrhotite. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, colorful and attractive packaging for tobacco products are a key part of brand recognition and loyalty among users. Studies have shown the impact that they have on children and young people. Our government was elected last October with the mandate to introduce plain packaging for tobacco products. Can the Minister of Health inform this House of her work in this regard? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Health. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Each year, tobacco kills more than 37,000 Canadians, and 87,000 people become smokers. We can and must do more by launching consultations to regulate the size and packaging for tobacco products, to make them plain, and to reduce the impact. The government is confirming its commitment to the health of Canadians.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, time is running out on a new softwood lumber deal. Yet the Minister of Trade sees the 100-day deadline for a new deal as more of a checking-in period. No progress is being made, and the U.S. election is coming up. This government continues to tell Canadians to hang in there, which is unacceptable. What do the Liberals have to say to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians employed in the forestry sector whose jobs are on the line, aside from hang in there?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we're working very hard to get a good deal for all of Canada on this softwood lumber file. The government recognizes the importance of the industry across Canada. Officials from the USTR met with the Canadian team here last week in Ottawa. There is a subsequent meeting planned. The Minister is engaged. The Ambassador is engaged, Mr. Speaker. We are going to get a deal that ensures access, stable access to the American market.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Referendum is indeed a noun, and like all nouns, it has a definition. This one is found in the Referendum Act of 1992, which makes it clear you can only hold a referendum in Canada, unless we go through the process of changing that act, on a constitutional matter. Changing our voting system is not a constitutional question. So I want to ask the Prime Minister if he agrees with me that it appears that our friends in the Conservative Party are not interested in a referendum, or they would have looked at the Act. They're interested in stopping Canadians from getting what we voted for as a majority, a fair voting system.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is electoral reform is an issue that matters to a number of Canadians, but a few more so than those of us in this House who will be affected by it. That's why we've committed to working with Canadians and the members of this House, but are committed to fulfilling our commitment to Canadians to ensure that this upcoming election in 2019 will, this last one, that the next election will not be done under first past the post. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery, in the ladies' gallery, of the participants of the 13th Canadian Parliamentary Seminar organized by the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. recognition. Almost 150 years ago, journalists took their seats for the first time in the reporters' gallery of the original Centre Block, and the Parliamentary Press Gallery was born. Today, press gallery members continue to have a place set aside in this chamber, and they perform an important democratic function.
Therefore, I wish to point out the presence in the gallery of two former honourable members of the Canadian Press Gallery.
Bannerman was the third woman in history to become an official member of the gallery in 1946. She was one of only two women reporting on the Hill at the time. She worked for the Canadian Press, the Royal Gazette in Bermuda, the Oshawa Times Gazette and the Guelph Mercury. Helen retired in 1990.
Mr. Bernard Dufresne arrived at the Press Gallery in 1954 as a young journalist for the Canadian Press. He worked here until 1960 and came back from 1963 to 1965 as a correspondent for the Globe and Mail. The government of the day made him the assistant to a minister, and so he joined the public service until his retirement in 1989.
I have a member for Brantford-Brant is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I apologize for my outburst during question period. However, as the father of an intellectually disabled adult son, I find it reprehensible that the Minister of Democratic Institutions would use the disabled insinuate.
The member is engaging in debate, as he knows. I appreciate the apology. The member cannot engage in debate in a point of order. This is a debate. I have notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. A request for emergency debate. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As per my letter to you pursuant to Standing Order 52, I request leave to make a motion to discuss actions the government could take to address the human rights situation facing Uyghur Muslims in China, specifically in light of threats to religious liberty which this community may face during Ramadan starting June the 6th. The Uyghur Muslim community living in the People's Republic of China face significant human rights abuses. During Ramadan, these abuses have included forcibly preventing people from engaging in this deeply important Muslim fast. In 2015, the Chinese government banned civil servants, students, and teachers in the Xinjiang region where most Uyghurs live from fasting during Ramadan. It also ordered restaurants to stay open. On January 1st, new enforcement of religious affairs regulations came into effect in the region with the professed goal of limiting the role of religion in marriage, funerals, culture, the arts, and sports. Again, this year, counties have posted notices forbidding students, Communist Party members, from participating in the Ramadan fast. The Chinese government is paying attention to what we in Canada say and what we don't say on these issues. We in this House, the government, and you, Mr. Speaker, can make a difference for these suffering people by using this opportunity to discuss the role that we can play in response to this situation.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, during which he set out reasons why he believes the matter is serious and deserves immediate attention. However, in the present circumstances, I do not think it meets the exigencies of the standing orders regarding emergency debates. The honourable member may wish to explore other options that may be available to him, either through upcoming opposition days or by other means. I see the honourable member for Regina Capel rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, and I understand there was a little bit of noise in the chamber towards the end of the question period. You may not have heard the member for Saanich Gulf Islands question, but I think if you do check the blues on it, you may find that it does not fall under the administration of government. The position of the Conservative Party is not something the Prime Minister has to answer for. But what I wanted to ask, Mr. Speaker, we're about to enter into tabling of documents, and during question period, the Prime Minister said that our party éliminer le droit de vote.
Eliminated the right to vote.
If the government can table any evidence of anyone in Canada being disenfranchised in the
First of all, as the honourable member very well knows, the rules of relevance are not all that strict here. And in fact, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands question was about the voting electoral system, which isn't within the responsibility of the government. Now,
I have a point of order from the member for Montcalm. Microphone, please. During question period, I would ask the member to start over because his microphone was not lit when he began. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that given the debate we just had during question period, I'm convinced that if you were to ask the opinion of all parties in the House about the makeup of the Committee on Electoral Reform, people would agree to give the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party not only the right to participate, but the right to vote. So I would like to seize the House with the following motion, that the participation of the Bloc Québécois and of the Green Party be accompanied not only by all the provisions provided to all members of Parliament, but that they also be given the right to vote. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Tabling of documents. No. Order. Alors, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Delegations. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the joint meeting of the Defence and Security, Economics and Security, and Political Committees and officers of the Committee on the Civil Dimension of Security and the Science and Technology Committee, held in Brussels, Belgium, February 13th to 15th, 2016, and at the Defence and Security Committee, held Washington, D.C., and Miami, Florida, United States of America, from January 26th to the 29th of 2016.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The ninth report, entitled Report 4, Information Technology Shared Services, of the Fall 2015 reports of the Auditor General of Canada, and the 10th report is entitled Report 5, Canadian Armed Forces Housing, of the Fall 2015 report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government take a comprehensive response and make a comprehensive table a comprehensive response to these two reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures. The committee has studied the bill and decided to report the bill back to the House with amendment. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Tilson, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Golfing Expenses. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to introduce my bill to make green fees deductible as a business expense. We all know the old adage that says more business gets done on the golf course than in the boardroom. There's more to that than meets the eye. Mr. Speaker, as most members of the House already know, the golf industry in Canada is driven by small business owners. The people that own and run your local courses and employ thousands of Canadians contribute a tremendous amount to our economy. Mr. Speaker, it's acceptable for a business to deduct a portion of the costs of a Leaf game or a steak dinner as an expense when entertaining clients, and it's only fair that a round of golf should be in the same category. The U.S. and the United Kingdom tax codes allow for this deductions. It's high time we allowed it in Canada as well. Mr. Speaker, I hope that other honourable members will look favourably upon this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Tilson, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Stetsky, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Local Food Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise in the House today to introduce my first private member's bill, an act to establish National Local Food Day. This bill would designate the Friday before Thanksgiving each year as National Local Food Day. I want to thank my colleague from Victoria for seconding this bill. I also want to recognize the work of former MP Malcolm Allen, who introduced this bill in the previous Parliament, and my colleague from Berthier Masquinonge for her dedication and hard work on behalf of Canada's agricultural producers. Mr. Speaker, strengthening the connection between consumers and producers of Canadian food contributes to our nation's social, environmental, and economic well-being. Ensuring that Canadians have access to healthy, affordable food and a sustainable food system must be national priorities, and supporting our local agricultural markets is essential to achieving these goals. I call on all members of the House to honour the hard work of local food producers from coast to coast to coast and to make National Local Food Day a reality. Thank you.
Mr. Stetsky, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from my constituents from Wellington, Halton Hills.
As a part of their plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Any petitions? The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to stand here and present this petition from my constituents in Milton with respect to the proposed CN intermodal terminal to be built in Milton. The constituents, through rail, which is residents affected by intermodal lines, and Milton says no, have expressed their opinion that they would like to have more information and a more rigorous review, and indeed they are opposed to the CN intermodal rail being put, and I gladly lay this on the table on their behalf.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions here on two subjects. The first subject is a petition to recognize preborn children as separate victims when harmed or killed during attacks against their mother. Petitioners call upon the House of Commons to pass legislation which would recognize preborn children as separate victims. And then, Mr. Speaker, I have a number of petitions that are calling on the government to give serious consideration to Iraqi Christians who have lost their hope of getting back home, to initiate a special program to immediately target and evacuate a reasonable number of these people from neighboring countries, and to find a safe haven for them with international protection.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you. Happy to present a petition on behalf of the people from Revelstoke and Golden in my riding. This is concerning impaired driving, with laws encouraging them to be strengthened, and also asking that the Criminal Code of Canada be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by many residents of Winnipeg, and they're asking the government to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act, so that provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to the funds under the Canada Health Transfer System to be used to provide accessible and available hospice palliative care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces and territories.
For Langley, Cloverdale.
Langley, Aldergrove. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present two petitions. The first, highlighting that coercion, intimidation, or other forms of pressure intended to force physicians and healthcare institutions to become parties to assisted suicide and euthanasia is a violation of fundamental freedom of conscience. It highlights that the Canadian Medical Association confirms that conscience protection would not affect access for Canadians, and that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the freedoms of conscience, and they're calling on Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code protections of conscience from physicians against coercion and intimidation to refer for assisted suicide. Second petition, Mr. Speaker, highlights from Families of Justice is a group of Canadians that have lost loved ones to an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient, and they want the crime to be called vehicular homicide. They're also calling on Parliament to support Bill C-226, Driving Impaired Act, and C-247, Crescendo's Law. Thank you.
Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a petition which calls on the government to hold the Iranian government accountable for its support of terrorism, its nuclear program, its systematic violation of basic human liberties, and for the terror that it sponsors and provokes across the Middle East. Thank you.
Member for Yorkton, for Kilborough Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple petitions here from the residents of Caribou, Prince George, and indeed right across Canada. A petition to recognize preborn children as separate victims when harmed or killed during attacks against their mothers. Thank you.
Member for Yorkton, Melville.
Speaker, we have criminal laws that protect animals from being abused, and animals are not humans. We have protection or laws against indecency towards a dead body, which is in that case no longer a living human being. I have a number of petitions here calling on our government to put forward a law to protect pregnant women, their choice to carry a child to birth in their womb, even though that isn't a human being yet, but they should have protection under our criminal law. I also have another one in regard to three of them actually, calling on our Parliament to hold a referendum on any proposed changes to the Canadian electoral system. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George is another.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one more petition signed by the good residents of Caribou Prince George as well across Canada. Petition to recognize preborn children as separate victims when harmed or killed during attacks against their mother.
Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be also allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at the third reading stage of Bill C-10, Public Participation Act, and to provide for certain other measures.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me, almost, to stand here in the House to speak perhaps for the last time to Bill C-10. C-10 would amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and provide for certain other measures. but not much because this is a very small bill. I'll be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. I'm sure that member will have some interesting things to say about C10 also. In recent weeks, we have often discussed C10. We had the opportunity to hear from the government saying all kinds of things about how important it was to take action, how urgent it was to move ahead with C10. But when you look at the underlying facts that led to the government using time allocation on this, well, we didn't get any answers. The government says one thing and does the opposite or does nothing on a lot of files. Since the very beginning, there's been no answer to the only question that we really want an answer to justify time allocation. Why now with C10? In the early days of the Parliament, when nothing seems pressing, we've asked the question here in the House. We've asked during question period. We've asked at committee. And we were never able to get a single answer to explain what's the rush. Why does C10 have to be pushed through so quickly? So I looked everywhere, Mr. Speaker. I looked in books. I looked through the history. I looked for some kind of justification for time allocation for a bill like C10. And what did I find? Well, it's in the DNA of the Liberal Party. That's the answer. That's why they're so anxious to rush this bill through. This government says it's open and transparent. In fact, that was in the throne speech, Mr. Speaker. In the throne speech, the Liberals said the government was committed to being open and transparent, to holding open debates, that they wouldn't resort to mechanisms like omnibus bills and prorogation. But time allocation is a mechanism, Mr. Speaker, that limits debate. We saw with the Budget Implementation Act, that too was an omnibus bill. This government says one thing, but they do the opposite, or they do nothing. That's what I've discovered in my analysis of the process leading up to today with C10. This government passed a number of time allocation motions, C10, C14, Motion 6, electoral reform. They basically want to ram through electoral reform unilaterally using their majority. So this promised transparency is something that we can think we have doubts about. For a completely useless reason, this government decided to squander its credibility when it talked about its interprovincial relations. The government has repeatedly announced that this was a new era of federal-provincial relations. They announced in the throne speech 3 times, they said, to give Canadians greater reassurance, the government would work with the provinces and territories. They said this 3 times, that they would work with the provinces and the territories in the area of health and young people. They would work with the provinces and the territories. So that's 3 quotes from the throne speech. It's all well-intentioned, this idea of improving federal-provincial relations in the throne speech. And yet, Mr. Speaker, this government says one thing and does the opposite or nothing. We've seen this. We're still seeing it. We saw it yesterday. They say they're listening to the provinces. They say they want to work with them. And yesterday we heard the health minister, the Quebec health minister, talk about another bill, C14. And what did Mr. Barrette have to say on C14? He said, it's incredible. It won't work. It's inapplicable in Quebec. I would be very cautious if I were the feds. He said, for professional and government reasons, I would be little inclined to take the C14 path. Mr. Barrette is speaking for one of the provinces that the federal government is supposed to want to improve relations with. And yet, time allocation on C14, once again, we're not being allowed to be heard. Another example, Mr. Speaker, I have more. Don't worry. I have lots of examples. I don't even have time to go through them all. But no matter. This government that boasts about wanting to improve relations with the provinces, with reference to C10, when they talked about the news that Bombardier Air Canada would be creating centers of excellence, that this would put an end to the litigation. This was a new positive era and an ideal opportunity to improve the ACPPA, the Air Canada Public Participation Act. That's what Minister Garneau said, but it's not true, Mr. Speaker. It misleads us. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it wasn't true. It may seem like that, but that's just my interpretation. I'd like the member to note that we don't use the names of other members. Well, you're correcting me on something I didn't correct, so I'll just continue. So it wasn't true what the minister was saying. If I can, no, I'll continue. Thank you for allowing me to correct myself. So the minister, the deputy premier of Manitoba, rather, said that C10 would have significant consequences, shouldn't be done hastily, it's so important. That's the deputy premier of Manitoba saying, don't pass C10 in haste, Mr. Speaker. And that's not all. There was a brief. The Quebec government sent a brief to the committee to say, subject to any conclusions, the government of Quebec could abandon its litigation with Air Canada, but that's subject to any agreement. So in order to, the government of Quebec asked for C10 not to be passed until any settlement was reached. So where's this great era of federal-provincial relations and harmony? There's 3 files where the federal government was asked not to proceed hastily, and yet this government is full steam ahead. We're at 3rd reading on Bill C10. And this is a bill that is basically unwarranted. There was no need to proceed with such haste. And yet they claim the provinces asked for this, but it's totally false. The 2 provinces directly affected by this issue have explicitly said at committee to the government, don't go so quickly, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible, but we understand because this is in the Liberals' DNA. And I would remind you what the Prime Minister said himself here on the Hill. He said, in connection with the decision to appeal and the Avios workers were here, and there was a great speech made. The Prime Minister said, our greatest resources are not in the land. There are human resources, our skilled workers who build this country every day. With your arms and hands and intelligence, you're the ones building the future of this country. So he delivered this great speech talking about how great the workers were, and now he's abandoning them. 3,000 jobs are at risk. Madam Speaker, I say, because welcome. Nice to see you there. So it's incredible to hear them say one thing and not long after do the opposite. Madam Speaker, I sincerely believe, and I reach out to the government. I ask them to listen to the requests from Quebec and Manitoba. Slow the passage of this bill down. Madam Speaker, it's important because these people have deals to reach. They're trying to reach a settlement. They're using their litigation before the courts to try to force a deal that will protect jobs, to make sure that those jobs are ultimately protected. Why is the government in such a hurry? Why is the government jeopardizing those settlements between the provinces and Air Canada? Madam Speaker, I think that's what we have to remember. There was no urgency. No one, apart from the Transport Minister, asked for this bill to move swiftly. And I hope this message will finally be heard and C10 will not be passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what the member has lost some focus on is the importance of the aerospace industry in Canada, in all regions. And what I found interesting is that he makes reference to the province of Manitoba. He needs to recognize, or at least he should put an asterisk, there was a change in government in the province of Manitoba, Madam Speaker. And yes, I'm very proud of the fact that my daughter was a part of it. She was elected. Having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, we need to recognize that the former government worked with the current government of Canada, and it was a part of the negotiations that had taken place, and it was felt that it was in Manitoba and Winnipeg's best interest by, in fact, moving ahead with Bill C-10. It's only the current government where they have now taken a slight different position on it, but there is still an obligation, would he not acknowledge that there was an agreement that was with the Government of Canada and the Government of Manitoba prior to that provincial election? Is that not something that we should be looking at and respecting?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I understand their position on electoral reform a bit better and their position on C-10, because what we've just heard now is a federal minister who's not respecting the results of an election in a province where in that province the government has jurisdiction to take whatever decision it wants. They want C-10 slowed down because this bill doesn't guarantee any jobs in Manitoba. That's what the Deputy Premier told us herself at committee, Madam Speaker. Are we supposed to doubt the word of the new Deputy Premier of Manitoba here in the House? That's not my intention, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I've risen a number of times on this bill. Madam Speaker, the government seems to want to conflate the issue, say that the opposition's opposition to this bill is an attack on the entire Canadian aerospace industry, when in fact, this bill deals with one single organization. But indeed, it deals with 2,500 jobs that Canada and we could lose here in this area. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable colleague, can you really believe the rhetoric that we're getting from across the way?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, in my speech, I had a number of opportunities to explain why I can't believe the rhetoric on the other side, because they say one thing and they do the opposite. Repeatedly. That's how it's been since the beginning of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, so it's hard to believe the rhetoric. In fact, they get all twisted up in their own rhetoric. They use words, they take messages that were crafted by spin doctors, but when it comes time to take action, they don't. And the whole aerospace industry is waiting for this government to do something. They expected a lot more out of C-10, but the government decided to do nothing else than allow the litigation to be suspended and jeopardize thousands of jobs.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to admit that I agree in part with my colleague, and I'm glad he took the government to task over certain things. But when his party was in power, that's when Avios went under, and the Conservatives were in office. Nothing was done. So I'd like to know, what does he think of their interpretation of heavy maintenance in Canada versus light maintenance? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member, a brief answer? Yes, a brief answer. I'll be very brief. I found the first part of the question better than the end of it, but quite simply, Madam Speaker, what's important here today is to tell the government to slow down the passage of C-10, regardless of what's happened in the past. C-10 has to be slowed down so that the jobs in jeopardy can be protected. I think the government should refrain from passing legislation that's going to interfere with the settlement between the provinces and Air Canada. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to be here today for this report stage on Bill C-10. an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act, and other measures. Governments, and especially new governments, have to set priorities and decide what they want to achieve during the length of their mandate. Each party campaigns on a platform that is expected to serve as a roadmap for its early days as government. Over the course of the campaign, parties make dozens of commitments, and upon taking office, a government must decide which commitments they want to prioritize. A government must make decisions on what it wants to do right away, what we'll do in 6 months, in 2 years, and what it will never do. On occasion, the Supreme Court will force the government to introduce legislation, as been in the case of Bill C-7 and C-14. Other pieces of legislation, like the budget, are presented each year. Because new governments like to check items off the list of fulfilled campaign commitments during the first year, we often see legislation that reflects their campaign commitments. However, Liberal campaign commitments, like restoring mail delivery, has been pushed back to the priority list with the promise of consultations. And additional funding for the CBC has been pushed down the list of priorities with a lengthy consultation process. A response to Via Rail's proposal to build a dedicated track between Toronto and Montreal will take 3 years due to consultations. It took the Liberals 7 months to create a committee to enact consultations on electoral reform that is effectively identical to every House of Commons committee, and whose recommendations will both be non-binding and, like the preferred option of the Prime Minister, a ranked ballot. The Minister of Transport has decided to spend an entire year consulting on the recommendations of the Emerson Report, which was itself the product of 18 months of consultations with the entire transportation industry. On so many issues, this government has pushed back making a decision back to a later date. However, with Bill C-10, we have none of that. What we have is a bill that came out of nowhere and wasn't the product of any consultations. Why is this government being so inconsistent? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport confirmed during his second reading debate that she was rushing this bill through so that the stakeholders could provide input during the committee stage. She was outsourcing her government's consultative responsibilities to committee. A parliamentary committee studying a bill is not a consultative body. Its purpose is to probe the bill for weaknesses, and if the majority of the members agree, addresses these weaknesses through amendments. Witnesses in committee, including the Government of Quebec and the Government of Manitoba, highlighted a number of obvious weaknesses in the legislation, and the opposition proposed amendments to address some of these problems. In the case of Bill C-10, the Liberal majority didn't accept any of these amendments to their legislation. If the purpose of sending the bill to committee so quickly was so that the stakeholders could provide input on the legislation, then why did the Liberal members ignore their recommendations? This illustrates more inconsistency on behalf of this government. While all of us support a regulatory environment that allows for a viable legacy carrier in Canada and affordable air travel, I don't think a single Liberal candidate campaigned on reducing the Air Canada's maintenance obligations as they described in the Air Canada Public Participation Act. Considering the government appears to be in no rush to do anything else, its incredible haste to get this legislation that came out of nowhere, passed before the summer, has opened up a Pandora's box of questions. By now, most members are aware that in 2013, the Government of Quebec, with the Government of Manitoba as intervener, brought Air Canada to court to challenge the carrier's assertion that it was fulfilling to maintenance obligations under the Air Canada Public Participation Act. The Quebec Superior Court presided over the Justice Castonguay ruled on the side of the Attorney General of Quebec. Consequently, Air Canada appealed this decision to the Quebec Court of Appeals, and this court upheld the lower court's ruling in November of 2015. On January 5th of 2016, Air Canada announced that it would challenge that ruling in front of the Supreme Court. Less than 2 months later, Air Canada began negotiating with Quebec and Manitoba to end litigation, starting with the signing of a letter of intent to purchase 45 C-Series aircraft. Whether Air Canada decided it would lose its appeal in front of the Supreme Court, or the Government of Canada prodded them to make a purchase at the time troubled C-Series aircraft, the carrier started to propose real commitments to keep some of its overhaul maintenance work in Quebec and Manitoba. As the government of Quebec has recently placed over $1 billion US into the C-Series program, it was obviously pleased to see Air Canada make the first major purchase of the aircraft. This point not be made clear enough. Air Canada was forced to negotiate a settlement with Quebec and Manitoba because the carrier lost in court. What Air Canada has proposed to sell its loss in the case of Quebec was the purchase of C-Series and a commitment to undertake maintenance of these aircraft for 20 years in the province. Air Canada also proposed to create a centre of excellence in aircraft maintenance in Quebec. In the case of Manitoba, Air Canada announced a willingness to transfer about 150 jobs from other parts of the country to Winnipeg. It is worth noting that these are not new jobs, merely work that is being shuffled from one part of Canada to another. These Air Canada commitments to do maintenance work on narrow-body aircraft here in Canada are good, but these are not listed in the Act that we are debating today. Air Canada is making these commitments because they lost in court on the Air Canada Public Participation Act. The provinces of Quebec and Manitoba understand that if the law is repealed at its beginning proposed by the Liberals, then their negotiating position with Air Canada will be swept away under them. That's why both provinces explicitly asked the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee during the bill study to only allow the legislation to pass upon conclusion of their litigation against Air Canada. Yet these calls came onto deaf ears. None of the Liberal members on the committee questioned Manitoba's Deputy Premier on Quebec's Ministry of the Economy statements, asking for more time or attempted to justify the prompt passage of this legislation. The Minister of Transport's own officials also confirmed to committee that there was no legal or technical reason why speedy passage of the legislation was necessary. So here we are, Madam Speaker. We have a bill in front of us that 2 provincial governments have asked that its coming into force be delayed, and huge questions concerning why it's being rushed through Parliament so quickly ahead of the rest of the Liberal agenda. We also have the problem that Liberals are missing an important opportunity to make Air Canada and the entire aerospace sector annually more competitive. The Emerson report that I mentioned earlier in the remarks made a number of good suggestions that would stimulate the aerospace sector while maintaining jobs in Canada. For example, the government could tie all airport improvement fees to specific projects, to explicit sunset provisions, which would ensure that these fees are to be found or to fund a specific project and not the airport's overall operations. They could look at overhauling the airport security model to mirror those used at major international airports like London Heathrow or Amsterdam Schiphol that have clear customer service standards and much lower delivery costs. But this bill doesn't do any of that, and we haven't heard any indications from the Minister of Transport that measures to improve the competitiveness of this entire airline industry are forthcoming. I thank you for your time, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the questions from the government and other opposition. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I listened to the Speaker before her, and you hear a great deal of criticism coming from the Conservative Party in regards to Bill C-10. And I do need to remind this particular member and other members that when Air Canada was in violation of the Act, that was like 5 years ago, over 5 years ago, Madam Speaker. And the then Conservative government chose to do absolutely nothing. It was actually the province of Manitoba and the province of Quebec that pushed the issue to bring it to court. What the Government of Canada has done is it's worked with the many different stakeholders, including the provinces. And there was the potential to have this whole issue put in front of us, to hopefully get behind us, which will see jobs being guaranteed in certain areas, including my home province of Manitoba. The then provincial government of the NDP thought it was a positive thing. And my question to the member is, why does she believe that the Conservative Party has all of a sudden taken this active interest when, in fact, when they were in government and the actions were being taken, they sat on their hands and did nothing?
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I thank the I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question, but I'm going to remind him that courts enforce the Act and the government changes the laws. That's what our job is. So I'm just going to remind you of that as you just say what we did 6 years ago. But the bottom line is we're talking about these jobs and we're talking about things being moved around the country. And we need to see that we're going to continue having these jobs in Canada. And that is what our position is. We want to make sure that the jobs are secure here in Canada, and we don't see this in the legislation. I thank the member for pointing out that they did speak to the other governments, of the provincial governments, but I'm going to remind them they spoke to the government, but they did not listen to the governments, because these two provincial governments are requesting it to be delayed. So it's great that you had a one-way conversation, but you didn't get any results from it, so thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga.
Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, I will ask my question. The member did answer part of it, but I'd like to know if she has the same understanding as I do under C10. I don't see any guarantees in C10 with respect to the percentage or a volume of operations for maintenance that will stay in Canada. Now, I think that I understood that she understood, as I did, that there is no guarantee under C10. I'd like to hear her views.
You know, I thank you very much for that, because I, too, when I was reviewing the legislation that was put forward, looked at some of the words, and they are very, very open-ended. So you don't have it. It's so grand and general that, yes, it does not say that these jobs are going to be secure. It indicates that the activities can mean one thing, but jobs and employment is a totally different thing. So I, too, agree with you, the member, and thank you very much, Speaker. I, too, agree with you. With the language being there, it's very ambiguous, and it does not indicate jobs, it indicates activities, two very separate issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, she and I are both new members. My colleague from Winnipeg North is not new, so he should know even better than us the record of significant investments by our previous government in the aerospace sector. In fact, I'll just mention close to $1 billion spent on the Strategic Aerospace Defense Initiative, which was a major initiative specifically supporting innovation and investment in the aerospace sector. Also, of course, there's other measures that supported economic growth more generally, things like opening up trading opportunities and lowering business taxes. So I wonder if the member can correct the record in terms of what was said incorrectly across the way, and really talk about how much our previous government did for the aerospace sector as well as the economy more generally.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much. And you know, there's many different opportunities that we have for that. I look at some of the different things that our government did work with. And, you know, even something as simple as lowering the GST. That is something as simple as that. It may not be to the aerospace, but it is to all businesses, to all Canadians. Just that 7 to 6 to 5%. Those are small things that we've done. And like I said, it's more of a general, not specific to the aerospace. But we have done many things, and you know, working with our provincial levels of government and making sure that we support our workers here in Canada is the most important thing. And I really appreciate the question, but to the member, I would say anything to do with business is what the Conservative government did in the previous 10 years prior to 2015. We made great efforts to make sure that the red tape was cut and that we cut taxes for corporations so that they had a better opportunity to create more jobs and be successful. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to rise and debate Bill C-10, proposing amendments to the Air Canada Public Participation Act. I would like to take a few minutes to explain why the Government of Canada believes this is an appropriate moment to modify the almost 30-year-old Act. Let us first recall that the Air Canada Public Participation Act's primary purpose was to convert a Crown corporation into a thriving and competitive private corporation in an industry that is characterized by aggressive competition, strong cyclical business patterns, and sensitivity to external shocks. The Air Canada Public Participation Act was brought into force in 1989 to provide the federal government with the legal framework to privatize Air Canada. It also required the airline to have provisions regarding where it carried out its maintenance, the use of official languages, and where its headquarters would be located. Other airlines, Air Canada's competitors from Canada and abroad, are not subject to such conditions. The market conditions in which Air Canada operates are now greatly different from those of 1989. The 1980s were characterized by deregulation. Since that time, the world has seen a proliferation of new air carriers, as well as new airline business models. In June 1980, the then president of the International Air Transport Association reported that its membership was composed of 100 airlines from 85 nations. Today, its membership is composed of 260 airlines, Madam Speaker. In short, the air carrier marketplace is now much more competitive, and this is a good thing. It benefits travelers, and it pushes the airlines to be as efficient as possible. However, we must ensure that our carriers are able to compete themselves, or we risk limiting Canadians' connectivity, and we threaten the economic viability of these carriers in Canada. The Canadian marketplace has also evolved. By the end of the 1990s, Canadian Airlines International ceased operations, reducing the extent of competition. Other carriers, like Canada 3000, also came and went. However, since then, there has been a flourishing of growth among Canadian companies. WestJet, Porter, Transat, Sunwing, and others provide important travel options for Canadians. I should also note the important role played by foreign carriers in offering other travel options to and from Canada. Choice is good for the consumer. And Air Canada continues to provide vital connectivity both within our vast country and also to the outside world. It also is an important source of employment and opportunities. Our air sector has also weathered some difficult times, including the tragic events of 9/11, global pandemics, and the recent economic crisis. Yet it continues to robustly offer service options to Canadians. In short, we have come a long way since the 1980s, when the government of the day created this law. The Air Canada Public Participation Act has clearly achieved its primary objective of successfully privatizing Air Canada. Furthermore, many other aspects of the Act remain relevant, but given that times have changed and the air transport sector has evolved, it is also important to ensure that this statute remains up to date. In particular, the provisions of the Act that deal with aircraft maintenance risk hampering Air Canada's competitiveness by limiting its ability to organize its activities in a way that responds to the evolution in the air sector. Furthermore, given Air Canada's role in providing Canadians connectivity, this could also impact on the overall competitiveness and cost of air transport throughout the country. And this leads me to my second point, which is about economic opportunities for Canada's aerospace sector. Air Canada and Quebec have indicated their intention to end their litigation regarding the carrier's compliance with the Air Canada Public Participation Act. This announcement came on the heels of Air Canada's declared intention to purchase up to 75 Bombardier C-Series aircraft and to ensure that these planes will be maintained in Canada for at least 20 years, as well as to collaborate in the establishment of a world-class centre of excellence in Montreal. Furthermore, Air Canada will also be facilitating the creation of a centre of excellence on aircraft maintenance in Manitoba, and we understand that this had led the government of that province to agree to discontinue litigation. The Air Canada-Quebec agreement will allow the carrier to benefit from cutting-edge aircraft technology produced here in Canada. It will also result in significant benefits for the aerospace industry, including aircraft maintenance right across the country. This is the sort of investment that the aerospace sector needs. Quebec and Manitoba have accepted that these conditions create a context in which they no longer feel the need to pursue the litigation against Air Canada. These developments provide us with an ideal opportunity to rethink our approach and look for opportunities for improvement. Federal officials have identified specific concerns around the maintenance provisions of the Air Canada Public Participation Act because they create challenges for Air Canada's ability to be competitive. Specifically, they prevent Air Canada from doing what other carriers do, which is to organize its supply chain to optimize efficiency. The intention of Air Canada, Quebec, and Manitoba to discontinue the litigation creates an appropriate context to modernize the Act and indicates that the parties are working together towards a similar objective, the growth of Canadian prosperity. But let me be clear. We continue to believe that Air Canada should commit to undertaking aircraft maintenance in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, and we intend for this to be stipulated in the law. However, we need to provide Air Canada with the flexibility to meet these requirements to compete in an evolving global marketplace. We cannot predict how the airline industry will evolve in the future. Whatever happens, our carriers will need to adjust to meet the challenges and remain competitive. Air Canada needs the flexibility to enable it to adapt to changing market conditions. Bill C-10 allows us to target the right balance between such flexibility and the continued expectation that the carrier will undertake aircraft maintenance in Canada. The time is now to modernize the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to achieve this balance. With Bill C-10, the government is taking a necessary step to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act to ensure that it will continue to be relevant as the sector evolves in the future. I would now like to take a minute to review how the air carrier sector has evolved since Air Canada was privatized in 1989. Colleagues, there have been some fundamental shifts in the last 30 years. For example, there has been an important rise in the market share of new global carriers, like those of the Gulf states, that are now playing a major role in global competition. In the United States, there has been significant rationalization of air carriers, where most major airlines have been through Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, resulting in a major reduction of their cost. Europe has also seen a series of major air carrier alliances. The low-cost model has come to be a predominant paradigm for certain types of travel within some markets, like Europe, Southeast Asia, and the U.S. All of these points speak to a highly competitive environment that creates a need for air carriers to seek constant cost reductions to meet travelers' and shippers' expectations. Canada is no exception where major shifts in the air sector are concerned. Our air transport sector is now fundamentally different from how it looked in 1989. Following years of financial difficulties, Canadian Airlines International ceased to operate in the 1990s and was ultimately acquired by and merged with Air Canada. WestJet has since become a major player, resulting in robust and sustainable competition between two Canadian carriers. Other newer carriers have also been added to the Canadian market, such as Porter Airlines and Sunwing. Canada's charter market is particularly active, with many carriers, such as Air Transat, offering services to Canadians. Air Canada itself underwent a major restructuring in 2003 and 2004 under the provisions of the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, the CCAA, which allowed the carrier to emerge as a healthy and viable global competitor. Where aircraft maintenance is concerned, Air Canada's restructuring under the CCAA, including making some previously in-house operations independent, including its maintenance operations, repair and overhaul service provider, which ultimately became Avios. Air Canada's decision at the time was in keeping with the practices of many global carriers. The 2012 Aerospace Review noted the increasing importance of low-cost maintenance, repair, and overhaul service providers in developing countries, many of which are closer to the growing markets in Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. While Air Canada is not outsourcing its aircraft maintenance to suppliers in developing countries, many of its competitors are. From these examples, it is clear that for a carrier to be viable in today's industry, it must be able to adapt the elements of its supply chain to manage its cost and remain competitive. For carriers, this covers all aspects of its business, including being able to determine how and where it conducts its aircraft maintenance activities. Currently, Air Canada is limited in being able to deal with market forces the way other carriers can. I am referring here, of course, to the provisions of the Air Canada Public Protection Act, and specifically to the obligation in paragraph 6.1d that requires Air Canada to include in its articles of continuance provisions requiring the corporation to maintain operational and overhaul centres in the City of Winnipeg, the Montreal urban community, and the City of Mississauga. What we need to remember is that the original intent of the Air Canada Public Participation Act was to function as a framework for the privatization of Air Canada almost 30 years ago. It also contained a number of provisions, including the requirement for aircraft maintenance, which we are talking about today. The intent was to turn a Crown corporation into a viable and competitive private company, while also ensuring that it was committed to undertaking aircraft maintenance activities in those three communities. We believe that the proposed amendments maintain the spirit of this intent by requiring Air Canada to undertake aircraft maintenance in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, while allowing it to choose the nature of this work in each location to remain competitive. As you know, these provisions have been the subject of ongoing litigation between Air Canada and the province of Quebec, with intervening support from the province of Manitoba. However, on February 17th of this year, the province of Quebec and Air Canada mutually agreed to pursue an end to this litigation. The decision of the province of Quebec and Air Canada to reach an agreement has opened up an opportunity for our government to finally modernize the Act and relieve Air Canada of prescriptive obligations where its operational and overhaul centres are concerned, while maintaining the spirit of the intent behind them. We are not proposing to repeal paragraph 6.1d. Rather, we are proposing amendments that will allow Air Canada to undertake aircraft maintenance in Manitoba, in Ontario, and in Quebec, and choose the nature of this work in each location to help it remain competitive. These amendments, which I am urging honourable members to support today, are consistent with the government's approach to the air sector as an industry that is deregulated and responsive to market forces. It is these guiding principles that we believe induce companies to continue to innovate their business and seek out better ways to work and be cost competitive in the face of a changing and ultra-competitive market. These amendments the government has put forward allow Air Canada the same flexibility that other carriers have to seek out the best aircraft maintenance services it can find and the ability to actively manage its costs. Modernization of the Act is the right decision. We know that the province of Quebec, the province of Manitoba, and Air Canada have agreed among themselves to collaborate on the establishment of two centres of excellence for aircraft maintenance, one in Montreal and the other in Winnipeg. In Winnipeg alone, this new Western Centre of Excellence is expected to bring 150 jobs to the area by 2017. In Quebec, Air Canada has committed to maintaining all of its newly acquired CES 300 aircraft in the province for at least 20 years, and to the establishment of a Centre of Excellence for aircraft maintenance will boost Montreal's role as a world-class aeronautical hub. These developments are a clear indication that there is a willingness between these parties to foster an ongoing relationship, one that I hope will bring economic benefits to Canada and job opportunities for Canadians long into the future. Honourable members, I urge you to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his remarks. Now, I did want to pick up on one thing he said in particular. He talked about Porter, and potentially he argued benefits to Porter associated with this legislation. I want to ask, though, what he thinks about the minister's decision to block the Toronto Island Airport expansion and the impact that has on Porter. After all, wouldn't that be a more effective way of providing the kind of stimulus to the aerospace sector that we would like to see, a way that would not negatively affect jobs in a different part of the sector?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, I want to thank my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his intervention here today. I was expecting to hear from him. He enjoys intervening in this place, and I enjoy addressing his questions. And his question is a valid one, of course, and I support wholeheartedly the position of our minister on that. I mean, but this has nothing to do, of course, with Bill C-10. But I think what it shows, and I was speaking to the competitive nature of the airline industry, and Porter remains a competitive player in that marketplace. In fact, I often fly to Ottawa from Porter from the island airport because it's a little easier to get to from my house than it is to get all the way out to Pearson. So I think, as I mentioned in my speech, what these amendments to the Act do is help maintain a competitive airline marketplace in Canada, which I think everyone in the House agrees that's a service to Canadians and it's needed in this marketplace. And I'm happy to support anything that supports competition in the Canadian marketplace.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Jonquière. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Under this government, we often hear about the fact that It's for families, workers, the middle class, but I'd like my colleague's opinion on what he thinks about the fact that by accelerating this legislation, by changing it retroactively, it will cost jobs. 2,600 jobs will be lost. So I'd like to hear his views on that, Madam Speaker.
New Market Aurora.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the member from Jean-Pierre for her question. And I just want to maybe straighten out the premise of the question. There's no retroactivity in this bill. There will be no retroactive effect. Anything in this bill will start whenever the bill becomes law. So we don't have to worry about that. And I'm not necessarily convinced that there will be a 2,600 jobs lost either. But what I am concerned about is if we don't get these amendments done, we don't get this act changed, there'll be considerably more losses. Air Canada will have to compete effectively with one arm tied behind its back in a competitive global marketplace, and that's what I'm afraid of. And I'm convinced that will cost way more jobs than 2,600 if we don't let Air Canada compete with both hands and ready to go. So thank you for that question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madam President. First of all, I rise in support of the minister and of the bill. I'd like to use the flexibility and relevance just to make a statement first that I'd be very upset personally if any government employee from a federal department, a federal agency, or a federal crown corporation were to travel to the northern third of the country, the 3 territories, and did not fly on one of the 3 airlines owned by those territories, Air North, First Air, and Canadian North. My question is, I was at a presentation recently about various sectors of the economy that showed that the airline sector in the world is one of the most tenuous business sectors, very, very competitive. You can't, you need the very small margins to succeed and stay viable, and I wonder if the member could comment on that.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, I want to thank the member for Yukon for his question, and of course for thank him for taking the opportunity to plug 3 great airlines from his part of the country, and it's of course another indication of the viability and the competitive nature of airlines in Canada. And it's great that there's 3 successful companies from the north. What I would also like to add is, I mean, the margins are tight. I'm no expert on the airline industry, but I think just by the nature of the change in the industry, we see companies going bankrupt here in Canada, mergers and acquisitions, and companies down in the States going through Chapter 11. There's clearly tight margins. There's a lot of unpredictability in the industry. Things happen outside in the world that impact on the airline industry. So anything we can do to help our airlines compete, give them the tools they need to be flexible when it comes to competing in this global marketplace, I think is something we should all strive for as members of this House. So I appreciate the member from Yukon for that question. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the honourable colleague from Newmarket Aurora's comments and his presentation. Having lived, eat and breathed aviation for 20 years, I know full well the industry inside and out, from the airport side, from the air service development, the business development, and the airline side of it. So there are some flaws in his presentation, but a couple comments caught me off guard. So he mentioned the threat from Gulf State Airlines, yet his government can't approve a pipeline that would stop the oil that is coming from the exact same Gulf State and our reliance on that. But Madam Speaker, he made some comments about doing anything, and he supports about making our airline industry and those companies, our Canadian companies, more competitive. The Air Canada Participation Act states that 75% of the carriers' voting shares be held by Canadians. Would the members support increasing the voting ownership limit to 49% for foreign ownership? Does the honourable colleague, through you, Madam Speaker, support increasing foreign ownership in our Canadian carriers?
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, I appreciate the honourable member's question, and his obviously he's got way more experience in this sector than I do, and he's had a long career in the aviation sector. To be frank, I haven't thought about supporting more foreign ownership in Air Canada. If that case was presented to itself, I would, of course, as a member of this strong Liberal government, review all the evidence before me at the time and do my analysis and come to a conclusion at that time and decide what was in the best interest of Canadians, and I would decide on that side. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, Air Canada used to charge about $800 to fly from Cranbrook to Vancouver until Pacific Coastal Airlines came along, which is a BC-owned private airline. And when I've met with the company in past, their biggest complaint was that the government over the years has bailed out Air Canada significantly. The purpose of this bill, which I disagree with, I think those jobs should be kept in Canada, potentially will improve competition for Air Canada, as the honourable member said. So along with this, is there a guarantee that the Liberal government will never provide bailout money to Air Canada moving ahead into the future, thereby allowing the private airlines to compete?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you to the honourable member for that question. And my understanding is the jobs are going to remain in Canada. They may be in different urban centres, but they're going to remain in the three provinces of Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba with the amendments to the bill. So I don't see jobs leaving Canada as a result of this bill. And in response to his specific question about whether I will give a guarantee, I don't think I'm in a position to give a guarantee. I can't predict the future, and even if I were to give a guarantee, I don't think it would bind the government, so it wouldn't really be worth much. So there's no point in me giving that guarantee. But I appreciate your interest in this bill and your question, so I thank you for that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did find the former question somewhat interesting. The NDP seemed to be advocating through this particular member that we should not ever bail out Air Canada, which I bit surprising given the debate that we're having today. My question to the member is more so related to, and he made reference to, the negotiations that had taken place with the stakeholders. And Manitoba and Winnipeg will, in fact, derive a significant benefit. And being a Winnipeg MP, I think it's important to highlight that we are going to be getting the Centre of Excellence. There are job guarantees. And at the end of the day, I think it's nice to see that the Government of Canada was able to work with the stakeholders to achieve something that will, in fact, deliver jobs and at the same time provide a better opportunities for Air Canada. If the member would add further comment to that.
Brief answer from the minister, from the member for
Thank you,
Newmarket
Madam
Aurora.
Speaker, for that promotion. I appreciate that. I mean, thank you for the question, the ability to comment. The member from Manitoba is right. This is going to create some more certainty, a better competitive playing field for Air Canada, and it's going to create and keep jobs in Canada, which I think are both two things that everyone in this House agrees with that we need to pursue. So I'm going to continue to support this bill and any other legislation that comes up that will create jobs in Canada and keep jobs in Canada. And on another note, the best thing that happened was the province got together, the province of Quebec and Air Canada decided to stop the litigation. I spent years as a commercial litigator. Litigation is not a good way to keep your business partners happy, and it's expensive. So this is good that they're stopping litigation. We need this bill now to prevent future litigation, and that's another reason why we're doing this today. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to start by informing you that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Windsor West. And I want to thank the member from Newmarket Aurora for demonstrating, I think, the kind of fundamental incoherence of the Liberal argument when it comes to this bill. So we just heard a speech. We just heard a speech about how Bill C-10 is really about, the competitiveness of the aerospace industry and the airline industry, and how it's unfair that competitors of Air Canada are able to move their maintenance work outside of the country. And then on the other hand, he gets up and he says, well, I wouldn't support anything that, Bill C-10 is really about jobs in Canada. Well, if Bill C-10 was really about keeping jobs in Canada, Madam Speaker, if the argument they're making is that Air Canada can't be competitive by keeping its jobs in Canada. That's an argument that we in the NDP don't agree with, but that's the argument when they talk about competitiveness, Madam Speaker. So then to get up and say that somehow Bill C-10 isn't really about Air Canada moving those jobs out of the country is incoherent. They want the freedom to move those jobs out of the country so that they can move them out of the country. And that is the essence of the Liberal argument when they talk about how Air Canada is apparently getting beat, although there's no news that I've heard that says Air Canada is on the verge of bankruptcy, Madam Speaker. So I thank the member for that. I hope Canadians are listening, because if they were, they would see just how at loggerheads the two sides of the Liberal argument really are. They don't go together. They don't dovetail. Actually, they're in contradiction, Madam Speaker. That's been the story of this bill. Another contradiction that has to do with this bill is on the timeline for the bill, Madam Speaker, because we hear insistence from the minister that there is no deal, that Bill C-10 is not connected in any way to a purchase of jets for Bombardier by Air Canada, and yet it has been a priority of this government to rush this bill through the House. If there's no deal, how can it be, Madam Speaker, that there's a timeline for getting the bill through? There's no demonstrated need that Air Canada needs this to happen right away. The only way they could need it to happen right away, Madam Speaker, is if they already had plans to move the jobs out of the country, the ones they haven't already moved out of the country. And incidentally, the member from Newmarket Aurora was wrong to say that Air Canada hasn't moved any of its maintenance jobs out of the country. In fact, it did in 2012. The member for Winnipeg North understood that well when he was in opposition. The Prime Minister understood that well when they were in opposition. The people who were taking Air Canada to court to get those jobs back understood it well, Madam Speaker. And what's wrong with this bill is that it eliminates any legal basis for challenging Air Canada now and into the future. It may well be that the Quebec government dropped its suit, Madam Speaker, but there are others who are prepared to take Air Canada back to court in order to win those jobs back to Canada, Madam Speaker. And after Bill C-10 passes, they won't be able to do that, Madam Speaker. They won't be able to do the very thing that the member for Winnipeg North and the Prime Minister were calling on the last government to do, which was enforce the Act. Enforce the Act, Madam Speaker. Well, now they're in government. Not only are they not enforcing the Act, but they're changing the Act, Madam Speaker. And it's reprehensible because it means that citizens in Canada who want to take Air Canada to court to enforce that very same Act won't be able to because the Act will be changed, Madam Speaker. And that's the shame of C-10. What we've learned from this whole process, I think, Madam Speaker, are a few things about the character of the government. Why I think C-10 is so telling in terms of the character of the government, there are a number of reasons. But it's kind of unique in that it was the first bill that the government brought that wasn't a routine motion or a direct consequence of an election commitment. So C-10 was really a preview of this Liberal government's mind, Madam Speaker, and what they do when they're not handcuffed by election commitments. And so the first thing that they did was something that, A, goes totally against what they were campaigning for in opposition, which was enforcement of an Act. They decided to change the Act to take out the provisions that they said needed to be enforced. I don't see how anyone can think that that's consistent from one moment to another, Madam Speaker. So I think there's a bit of hypocrisy, frankly, and so that's interesting to note about the government. It's interesting to note that Western Canada in all of this was an afterthought, because despite the protestations of the minister, it's hard not to believe that part of this was really about finding a deal for Bombardier. And instead of saying we need to do that in a responsible way, we need to do that in a way that doesn't play the maintenance sector off the production sector. Instead of doing that in a way that doesn't play regions of the country off against each other, we're just going to go cut a deal with our friends, our big corporate friends, and we'll sort the rest out later. And if it just so happens that a major part of the Winnipeg aerospace industry, we can't get that back because the law has changed, well, so be it, because Winnipeg's not really on our mind, Western Canada is not really on our mind. So I found that very interesting. I found it interesting, and I think we learned from that, Madam Speaker, it's not just about regions, it's not just about the lack of strategy when it comes to the aerospace industry, it's not just about their willingness to engage in hypocrisy, but it's also about big corporate friends getting one set of rules, Madam Speaker, and another set of rules for everyone else. So if you're a worker, if you're an Air Canada worker, if you used to work for Air Canada and you were counting on that lawsuit to go through and you were looking forward to someone else taking up the charge after the Quebec government let that lawsuit go, well, too bad for you. We're actually getting rid of those rules. The rules that protect you, we're getting rid of. And we're bringing in a new set of rules, a set of rules that are going to be good for Air Canada execs and Air Canada shareholders. And if that means we're selling out Canadian workers, well, now we're in government, too bad. We care about them in opposition because we want their votes. But once we're in government, we've got better friends, Madam Speaker. That's the message of C-10, and shame on them for that.
Shame.
And Canadians ought to remember that at the next election, far away though it may be. So I think we learned a lot about the government in this whole process, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important to articulate those lessons. We saw in all of this, Madam Speaker, Incidentally, just in terms of getting a little bit of insight or a premonition, there's now, I think, an established pattern of not having a lot of respect for Parliament when it comes to this government. It was actually C10 where we saw it first. The first time allocation was moved on C10. At the time, I couldn't figure it out because I was listening to the Liberal government saying, we have a lot of respect for Parliament. Parliament's a great place. We want to hear from parliamentarians. We still hear some rhetoric to that effect, although it's harder to believe because, like they say, we too are interested in evidence and evidence-based decision-making. If you're going to make a decision about what to believe about the Liberals, Madam Speaker, and you look at the evidence in terms of what they've done, it is very hard indeed to believe their claims about respect for Parliament. That started with C10. It was a mystery then because I wanted to take them at their word. I really did. And there wasn't any deal. There wasn't a deal for the purchase of Bombardier jets. There wasn't a deal at all about this legislation. So there was really no need to push it forward. So it was genuinely mystifying. I think as time has gone on and we've seen the lack of respect that this government has for Parliament, and we've heard from witnesses on C10 also skating around the issue of whether or not there was a deal between the government, perhaps, Air Canada, perhaps, Bombardier, perhaps. We're not quite sure because no one from the government will enlighten us, but it's hard to believe there was no deal at all. Moving time allocation on C10 at every stage begins to make a little bit more sense, Madam Speaker. In question period today and in other days, we've heard the Minister of Democratic Institutions say that one of the great things about their process for a new voting system is that every member is going to have a say. Every member is going to have a vote. We're all going to get up. We're all going to get up, and after the Liberal Majority Committee makes a recommendation to the Liberal Cabinet, which comes back with legislation that's going to be dealt with by a Liberal majority, everyone's going to have their say on a new voting system, Madam Speaker, as if their majority didn't make a difference, or as if they were comfortable with the idea that if their majority didn't make a difference, that would be okay. Again, C10 is instructive, Madam Speaker, because it was only the last Monday that we sat, not this past Monday, but the Monday before, that C10 came to a vote on report stage. And you know what, Madam Speaker? Because the member from Assiniboia Headingley, St. James Charleswood Assiniboia Headingley, changed his vote, we had a tie vote. He had voted against it at second reading and then voted for it at report stage, and that came down to a tie. And we got to see in that tie on C10 what the government is really like if every member does have a say and not all their members show up because they don't think it's important, or I don't know, I won't presume to say why they weren't there, but the results of the tie were clear. The government didn't say, that's great, Parliament's spoken, and had we had one vote less, that would be fine. Instead, they lost their temper, Madam Speaker. They brought forward a motion that was completely draconian, would have handcuffed Parliament, and as I say, created a climate where people were prone to losing their temper. So I think we saw another insight into the real mind of the Liberal government through C10.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I find it most interesting, coming from the member from Elmwood, if he were to reflect on Premier Greg, or the former Premier, Greg Selinger, a Premier in which his father served under. That particular Premier had clearly indicated that this was a good thing for the province of Manitoba. Based on what he is saying, am I to believe that the former Premier, Greg Selinger, was wrong in his assessment as the NDP Premier of Manitoba? He felt that, yes, it's sad that we lost these good-paying jobs from the past, but he saw that the future was going to be good for the province, that, in fact, this settlement that has been talked about, and he had put in many weeks into that particular settlement, that the former Premier, NDP Greg Selinger, was wrong in his assessment. If we want to take a look at the long term, does he not agree that we should be putting our emphasis on protecting Winnipeg's long-term and Manitoba's long-term interest in the aerospace industry?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Strathcona.
I thank the member for the question. We sometimes say that in the House, Madam Speaker. We don't really mean it. I want to let you know I really thank him for that question because it allows me to set something straight. It's true that the Manitoba government, the previous Manitoba government, had said that they were pleased with that arrangement in the new circumstances, Madam Speaker. And what he fails to mention is that when the federal government changed, and then you had a government that was going out there and insinuating that they were prepared to change the Air Canada Act, because there were rumors to that effect a long time before C-10 was tabled, it fundamentally changed the negotiating position of the provinces with respect to Air Canada. Knowing that they no longer had a federal government that was going to continue the Act in its current form, and that there wouldn't be a legal basis for challenge, fundamentally changes the negotiating position of provincial government. So yeah, in the new circumstance, with a federal Liberal government that was selling out aerospace workers, the NDP got the best deal they could for Manitobans.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask the member for his opinion. If you believe, if Air Canada goes forward with this, and they're doing maintenance work, so one employee in Winnipeg, one employee in Mississauga, and one employee in Montreal, do you think that's actually going to fulfill what this new legislation is putting forward, or do you think that, if we're looking at this, could that possibly be the case?
I just want to remind the members that it's not me, but you can ask the question through me. So I'm not going to tell you what I think, but I'm sure that the member for Elmwood-Transcona will say what he thinks.
Well, had the question been put to me, Madam Speaker, here's how I would have answered. What I would say is that this is the problem with the bill. So I mean, we hear, oh well, the work is going to stay. It's going to stay in Canada. It's going to stay in Manitoba. It's going to stay in Ontario. It's going to stay in Quebec. Except that what they fail to mention is that they're giving the complete discretion to Air Canada to define the level of employment, the type of work, and the volume of work, Madam Speaker. So it's an open question whether that work is going to stay here. If you believe the Liberals' arguments about the competitiveness of the industry, it sure sounds to me like they're going to be moving those jobs out of the country. Now, I still believe that Canadians can do that work competitively. When you talk to Canadians who actually do that work, they tell you they will do that work competitively. They ask for more time to work with the government and work with Air Canada to create a business plan to keep that work in Canada according to the existing terms of the Air Canada Public Participation Act, and it was Liberals at the Transport Committee that wouldn't put that motion through, Madam Speaker. And so it's just not the case. It is just not the case that C-10 is about any kind of guarantee for that kind of work in Canada. It's simply not.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona for his passion for workers, for working people in this country. We know, I'm a worker. We're here to fight for workers. What we see, or what we saw in the campaign that he highlighted well, were Liberals standing shoulder to shoulder with working class people saying they would fight for jobs. Now we see that they're not doing that. We know the impact on these communities will be very, very devastating. Can you please speak to the impact of the communities and working class people across Canada in seeing these jobs outsourced?
Again, I'm not going to speak about it, but I'm sure that the member for Elmwood-Transcona is going to briefly give an answer, and I just want to remind people to address their questions to the chair and not to the individual members.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I mean, if you imagine if Canadians are listening at home, and there'll be a number of members in the chamber that can imagine the communities where they come from, if they come from communities with working people, and what would happen overnight if dozens or hundreds or thousands of them lost good-paying jobs that support their families overnight. I don't think it takes a really vivid imagination to realize what that's going to mean for the communities. It's bad for families in those communities, and it's bad for the country, and it's bad for the economy, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Windsor West.
And I'd like to thank my colleague from Transcona. Therefore, sorry, I was moving my stuff around here to get organized. That's a problem with this corner seat, is it just doesn't work for you for water. But at any rate, Madam Speaker, what is important is I'm glad to be able to rise on this issue in terms of talking about employment and the value-added chain of jobs that are important for this nation. Just sad it's being done in such haste and such waste by this Liberal government. It's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, as we struggle to protect value-added jobs in our economy, and we hear this lingo coming from Well, only a few people from the Liberal Party on this, whether it be question period or whether it be debate in the House of Commons, because others don't seem to want to participate, that we have, quite frankly, a significant opportunity lost, and we are rewarding bad behavior. In fact, it's going back to the future. We're going back and pulling that to the future right now, because this legislation is retroactively going back on a deal that Canadians had actually gained through bargaining. This would be like, Madam Speaker, that if you won the lottery and you got your ticket and you won it, you cash it in, then you realize 10 years later, no, I didn't really need that money, so let's take it all back and give it back to the Lottery Commission. This is what's happening. It's a negotiated deal. It's like you saying to your auto purchaser or your auto insurance or your insurance at your house is that if you're protected, no, you know what? I really don't need that anyway instead of house damage or car damage or whatever. You can, I know you're struggling for whatever reason, but it's okay, and you're off the hook now. You're off the hook for that deal. And the interesting thing about this, Madam Speaker, is we're talking now about a private corporation that was founded by the taxpayers of this nation. We're rewarded with numerous grants, legislative processes, and we're brought to bring competition into the market for fairness for Canadians, eventually privatized, cashed out, bailed out, receiving numerous injections of public support, including to this day, most recently, corporate tax cut reductions. They got all that investment, and all they were asked to do was keep some Canadian jobs. Keep some Canadian jobs is what they were asked in this brokered, open deal that the public can see, Parliament can see. Their CEOs knew, old, current, and the future, as part of their due diligence to run a company, to run a business, and to put the Canadian flag on their product. What has been a loss of that, Madam Speaker, is the constant outsourcing that's taken place. And I thought that was really interesting about this bill is the other subsidization that's taking place in this country and investment by our working class in terms of education, what we're now throwing out the window. All those value-added jobs, when you were promised, go to school, get a trade, contribute, and you will be rewarded, this is part of that demise, only hurried by the Liberals. And what they want to do to the public right here is just like a crop duster running across and dumping its stuff, is to put the shroud in front of Canadians that, yeah, we negotiate a deal, but you know what? Because we finally won one, we're used to actually losing lots of deals, but we won one, we'd like to give it back. And what this deal was about public investment. So think about this, Madam Speaker. Think about the men and women and the youth of this country that are going to get training right now. They're spending their hard-earned money, taking loans way above the loan rate for many other types of borrowing, which is absurd to begin with. They have to pay it back, become consumers in our society, start a family, plan for the future, and we are losing good pension, jobs, going to work in a safe environment as best can be that's legislated, getting a return so that you could actually raise a family and continue that contribution into the economic field for all Canadians. And now we've given up on that dream. We've given up on that despite that investment by those students and those going through our educational system, despite the fact that they're going to pay for it, not only while they're in school, but getting out of school for a number of years. And it will delay decisions that they make about having children, about buying homes, about being able to participate in the economy and buying a car, hopefully built in Windsor. But nonetheless, all those things are going to be delayed because they're under a greater cloud of debt. On top of that, Madam Speaker, which is also a horrible situation, when you think about how much taxpayers' money that we are investing ourselves under Canada's student loans and other provinces that are doing so, to actually put that forth to get people. And meanwhile, what we're doing is a classic move in football, Madam Speaker. When the running back's in trouble, he does a stiff arm. He does a stiff arm to protect himself and to push away using the head of a player coming in. This is equivalent to Liberal policy right now. Is now, after all that investment, after all that technological development, and I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, to not talk about how the aerospace industry in particular has benefited from tax shred investments. These are corporate subsidized initiatives to help manufacturing and development of products in the aerospace industry. They have been one of the largest organizations to receive these types of tax breaks. Tax breaks that come from individuals who live on Parent Street, who live on Ottawa Street, who live on a number of different streets, First Street, Main Street, all across our country. We have invested this collectively for this particular reason, is that we have a value-added job at the end of the day that continues the chain of progress for workers. And that's where we're lost in this debate. The chain of progress for workers is broken. And with that broken, we now will reap the so-called rewards of, well, we'll see what happens. That's no way to negotiate. That's no way to play poker. That's no way to do anything in your life in the sense of you win something or you gain something through giving something. It's called negotiations, and it's fair negotiations that got Air Canada to the point it is today. The reality is that at the end of the day for these workers is we have these missed opportunities and missed jobs that affect communities. We are fortunate at Windsor to have new auto hiring, despite the fact that there was no government support whatsoever because of broken policies of the past that never worked. We over 1,000 workers back in the auto chain, despite us not having a national auto strategy and just basically being fed up, they moved ahead. And that was with Fiat, Chrysler, and Unifor. So that injection, Madam Speaker, went from an unemployment rate that led the nation for 10 years to now down to 6 to 7%. And we're happy about that. We're happy that that worked. But it came almost at the end of the line. But there was investment in the past for that by the public, and the government actually made money back on the day for that. But we now have a surge in value-added jobs in Windsor at the moment, thanks to those organizations and those workers. Losing these types of jobs can make the difference between a rebound for a community and the distance of where we go. So, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude with this, is that we have to be very clear about the precedents that we set here. The precedent is this, is that we can reach back in time and we can grasp defeat out of the jaws of victory for Canadian taxpayers. And that, Madam Speaker, is truly unfortunate for the youth of our nation.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the environment, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook Foreign Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Essex International Trade.
So we go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for l'Honourable Député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member across the aisle for
the entertaining analogies this afternoon. And I too like Michael J. Fox movies, but I feel there's a lot more stretching in here than there was in the yoga today. So I just would like to ask the member opposite, who talked a little bit about the auto industry and how modernizing the auto industry worked out very well, how he would feel that this would not work well for the aeronautics industry. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, I can't speak to the member's experience in yoga, but the reality here we have is with regards to the seriousness related to our youth and employment and setting a pattern for redevelopment, and also having innovation take its place in the footplant of manufacturing. So what I say to that question, and I thank the member for that question, is the seriousness that we're tackling right now is moving innovation to actually manufacturing in Canada. And with the loss of that going to the United States, Germany, and other jurisdictions, even committees right now, like the Industries Committee, are studying how we actually turn that around for Canada. Because we have aerospace and others that actually have transferable technology and other types of innovation that can propel us to local development of manufacturing for our future. And without that connection of jobs at the end of the day for workers, we miss the next leap of that. I'm tired of Canadian ideas going abroad to other countries to be developed into products that are then bought back into Canada. It's time to stop that and actually have it built in Canada with Canadians for a future.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When we talk about the loss of 2,600 jobs, what people forget to mention, good-paying jobs, what people forget to say is that that's 2,600 men and women who hold those jobs. So 2,600 men and women who will lose jobs working in maintenance. And the government said, oh, it doesn't matter, but there's going to be other jobs that will be created in the construction field. But we're not talking about the same men and women who will get those jobs. So we're sacrificing the jobs of 2,600 people to perhaps have jobs created for other people in construction or assembly of other aircraft. So jobs will be lost for other jobs, perhaps gained somewhere else, but we seem to be forgetting about the human factor here.
Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. It's actually a really critical one that I haven't heard talked about, is the issue over the jobs that they have themselves, but then you add on the multiplier effect. It's quite significant. So say in the auto sector and the aerospace sector, there are multiple jobs that we actually have created after that job. So when you have a multiplier effect of 7, you're looking at nearly 20,000 jobs that we're talking about here, that are value-added jobs, again, that create other jobs. And that's why we're getting in Windsor, and why I give credit to the developers in terms of the company and also the Unifor, the workers, because we have a fight back on manufacturing right now, and we want to win that. It's because not only does it create that one job, it's the multiplier effect from that, which is thousands and thousands of jobs.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his remarks. I wonder if he can shed some light on something. We've heard the government try to suggest that the previous NDP government of Manitoba had somehow endorsed this legislation. My understanding was to the contrary, that they had not, and in fact that both of the major parties in Manitoba were concerned about the job losses that were associated with the departure of Avios. So seeing as the member is from the NDP, I wonder if he knows and he could clarify the fact that, frankly, it is provincial governments and a wide variety of different civil society groups that are all opposed to this legislation.
A brief answer from the member for Windsor West, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for the question and acknowledge that, and importantly so, is it's nothing less of a attempted smokescreen from the government that shows the desperation in this matter of debate. And you know what? If I could take a And if maybe I can get unanimous consent from all the provincial hypocrisy of the Liberals in the past, I mean, we could be here all night, but my voice won't hold out.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's my pleasure to rise today for the second time in debate on Bill C-10. And I'm going to share with members my thoughts on the bill, which stem more from my concern about the government's reckless handling of the airline and the aerospace industry in Canada, and in particular, their handling and the circumstances that gave rise to Bill C-10. In an era of open and transparency and sunny ways, Bill C-10 has arrived in this Parliament under the most cloudy or perhaps murky ways, Madam Speaker. And I think the government, and particularly the Minister of Transport, who is an honourable member of this House and a great Canadian, need to be more forthright on. And I think some of the concerns we've heard from my friends in the New Democratic Party stem as much from this uncertainty on how C-10 came to this House. And I say that concern about process because this House should have process that is transparent, and we should know how bills have come to this House. Because I will say, and you'll see in my remarks, Madam Speaker, that the substance of C-10 on a specific level, I agree with in some ways, and I'll explain why. But I would prefer the government to be open and transparent with this House and manage this industry and our airlines and transportation in a way that reflects the modern realities of this global sector where Canada is currently extremely competitive and, in fact, a world leader, but due to inaction and poor vision that we've seen in 6 months already, this industry could indeed suffer. Bill C-10 is really the completion of something that started in the 1980s, Madam Speaker, under the Mulroney government when Air Canada was privatized. It was a Crown corporation. We all remember, I think, my first few flights on Air Canada would have been when it was a Crown company and a Crown carrier. And like many countries in the world, in the early days of aviation, to keep their business and their society competitive and modern, a lot of governments owned stakes or owned their national airlines. But starting in the 1960s through to the 1980s, most of the developed world devolved ownership so that governments, we're not elected and we don't have a government in Ottawa to run businesses on behalf of Canadians, but often in a sector, particularly like aerospace, the trailblazing front edge of an industry like passenger and cargo transport can be assisted by government. So by the time the Mulroney government came in, Canada was joining most modern nations and allowing the private sector and the private marketplace to run and operate airlines with the appropriate degree of regulation, Madam Speaker. And, it's a very heavily regulated industry on a federal level, and the airline, I think, like all airlines, do their best to maintain high standards alongside those regulations. So at the time of the Mulroney government, when Air Canada was privatized, there was concern about some of the major servicing sectors and many of the job centers that were part of the Crown Corporation. So part of the government's operation in important markets, namely Winnipeg, Montreal, and Mississauga, Madam Speaker. And quite easy to understand why those markets were so important at the time in those cities. You had the servicing and claims elements in Manitoba. You had the hub of Pearson Airport in Mississauga, and you had the head office of Air Canada in Montreal. Montreal also having world-class renown as the international headquarters for ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, governing air travel and recognizing its global footprint, Madam Speaker. So Montreal was very much an appropriate home for Air Canada and continues to be. So there were specific job provisions put in at the time because of concern about the change. This a change almost 30 years ago, Madam Speaker. And I think if you ask Canadians today, and I haven't heard any of my friends in the NDP look for these statistics, and I probably know why. I bet you 90% of Canadians would agree that the governments should not own an airline in this modern age, but probably understood why 40 or 50 years ago they started out by helping Canadians gain access to air travel. But we would not suggest turning the page and going back to Canada running an airline serving Canadians. So the jobs related to those jurisdictions were a critical part of the transition. And Prime Minister Mulroney and his government at the time wanted to assure the House and, of course, all Canadians that there wouldn't be radical disruption of the important hubs in Winnipeg, Mississauga, and Montreal by the change. So they had the Air Canada Public Participation Act. And what is the government doing here? They're not destroying this concept, Madam Speaker, but they're allowing it to evolve as it should. Rather than specifically naming a geographic coordinate, the changes to Section 1D or 6.1D of the Act allow for a more geographic balancing to Manitoba, to the southern Ontario, to the greater Montreal area, recognizing that there will still remain hubs, but giving the company some ability to modernize and to have competitive servicing and operational support for their operations. Because I don't think, and myself as a free market person and somebody from the private sector, Madam Speaker, I don't think we should be shackling a business to an operational approach that was in practice 30 years ago. And this is the last shackle, in many ways, of the privatization of Air Canada, is modernization of the Public Participation Act. So you can see from my remarks, Madam Speaker, in principle, I think this makes sense. And in many ways, it also recognizes what provincial governments have already understood. So litigation launched in Manitoba and in Quebec by provincial governments alongside the labour movement in those jurisdictions. The litigation were settled in two of those provinces as a result of agreements. There were agreements for job security and some contracting to service providers, world-class service providers in Manitoba, and similar commercial agreements were made with Quebec, and litigation pulled away. What really has happened here, and the minister has not informed the House fully on the circumstances of how C-10 appeared out of the blue. Was this an effort by the federal government to try and resolve all litigation related to this act? Probably, Madam Speaker. Was this litigation, or was this bill, C-10, the result of discussions between the federal government, Bombardier, and Air Canada? Probably, Madam Speaker, but we haven't heard the minister speak to that. We do know that senior executives from Air Canada met with the minister a few days before C-10 was tabled in this Parliament, and coincidentally, Air Canada committed to buying C-Series Bombardier aircraft. Now, they should buy those aircraft, Madam Speaker, because they're amongst the best in the world, and we're very proud of Bombardier. I'll speak about that company in a moment. But when you look at this chain of reality, the litigation between the provinces, the difficulties that Bombardier has faced, the restrictions in terms of regulations and restrictions imposed on Air Canada from legislation dating back to 1988, all of this leads up to C-10, Madam Speaker. And the urgency of it and the urgency of the financial assistance the province of Quebec has already given to Bombardier, all of this leads to C-10, Madam Speaker. And I would prefer if the minister just said that to the House. And I think my NDP colleagues would prefer that as well, because any industry analyst knows why C-10 is before this place. And I think in my remarks you can see that, in principle, I think the full privatization and the unshackling of some of the rules from 1988 should take place. My concern with C-10 is the secret deals, Madam Speaker, and the very fact that we're asking in this House whether the federal government is going to provide assistance to Bombardier like the province of Quebec has, and have there been any assurances with respect to dual-class shares with respect to that company? Have there been any assurances in terms of whether it will be a loan, whether we will use EDC to backstop other countries buying the C-Series aircraft, or indeed, did they work with Air Canada to remedy some of these labor challenges alongside a purchase? You know, I don't think you need to be an investigator to see that there's more to C-10 than the few words on the paper of the bill, Madam Speaker. And I really wish a government that came to Ottawa saying open, transparency, they enjoy consulting in a lot of ways on things, Madam Speaker. This is one area that we have not received a full background on, and we have not really heard from the minister on what led to C-10 and the backroom deals, Madam Speaker. And that's why I have serious concerns and why I'm speaking again on this bill. And I urge the minister, who is an honourable member of this House and someone who's respected across our aerospace industry as our first astronaut, Madam Speaker, to level with us. You know, that's what we're supposed to have when we're modernizing this industry. I think the concerns from organized labour that some of my friends in the NDP would be addressed by more transparency and more direct discussion on amendments to the Air Canada Public Participation Act. And there is still time, Madam Speaker, for the minister to become forthright on this. I have a deep affinity for the Bombardier company, Madam Speaker, and I think all members of this House, particularly our strong Quebec caucus on the Conservative side, have strong passions from Bombardier. I received my wings in the Royal Canadian Air Force after training on the CT-142 aircraft, Madam Speaker, a militarized version of the Dash 8 for air navigation training run out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Madam Speaker. So the aerospace jobs in Winnipeg I'm familiar with very well because they're approximate to where the air base is located on the far side of the international airport. And the Royal Canadian Air Force, which I was a proud member of, has its headquarters in Winnipeg. So Winnipeg, at the geographic center of North America and of Canada, will remain an important hub for the aerospace industry, and I think we can be very proud of those jobs, Madam Speaker. And in many ways, the Conservatives and our Conservative family were in the wilderness for many years because of an ill-timed decision by the Mulroney government to push forward on a servicing contract for CF-18s that impacted Bristol Aerospace in Manitoba, Madam Speaker. So nobody knows about the aerospace industry probably as much as Conservatives because it gave rise in many ways to the Reform Party and the split between the PCs for many years, and that's not lost on me in this debate. But, Madam Speaker, we want Bombardier to succeed. We want to see a modernized corporate structure and effective governance and effective leadership within that organization. We want the C-Series, which is best-in-class aircraft, really will be transformative in terms of fuel efficiency, in terms of reducing aircraft noise. It will be transformative for the sector and for that company, Madam Speaker. And they should have orders from across the globe, and they're coming in. And if orders are related to bills before this House, if orders are related to the assistance governments might offer that company and the flagship carrier of Canada, we should know about that, and this should be part of the debate. I do have to raise the fact that why I'm concerned, the murkiness with respect to C-10 also relates to decisions around Billy Bishop Airport. And I'm glad I just heard a guffaw from my friend from Trinity Spadina Fort York. That's another case where we did not get the full briefing and discussion by the minister on decisions related to the long-term operations of that important hub, Madam Speaker. In fact, we're quite disappointed. He tweeted out the cancellation of the project looking into an expansion of that airport, Madam Speaker. An airport now that has become critical to the transportation needs not just of a few hundred people living on the lakeshore, but of the 5 million people, Madam Speaker, in the most populous part of our country. And I know the member from Spadina Fork York doesn't like the fact that many of his colleagues come to Ottawa each week using Porter, but he has to admit that its location near the financial center of our country makes it a critical asset that at least should have proper regulatory review and not more insider deals, Madam Speaker. So here we have deals being cooked inside the Minister of Transportation's office when he meets with corporate officials. We also have deals being cooked inside the Liberal caucus and in the PMO, Madam Speaker, that actually impact far more than just one riding. It impacts Southern Ontario and the flow of goods and services and people. And whether or not there should be an expansion, those decisions and a fulsome discussion should be open and transparent, particularly in the era of sunny ways, Madam Speaker. And why is that germane to this debate? Because Porter was planning to purchase up to 30 C-Series aircraft. And I know my friend who's enjoying my remarks across the way, he'll likely be out of town when his government announces their financial assistance from Bombardier, which they will, and we'll look at very carefully in the opposition. But the interesting thing is their insider deals prevented a private sector sale of these very aircraft that would help Bombardier and help it thrive. I know this week on the Hill, and I was speaking to them, we also have a new ultra-low-cost carrier in Canada looking to start up, the Jetlines airline, Madam Speaker, that also plans to purchase between 20 and 40 C-Series aircraft from Bombardier, Madam Speaker, provided the government starts setting an open and even playing field within Canada for our airline and aerospace industry, Madam Speaker. And I know my friend from Prince George, with his remarkable experience in aviation and the airline and airport industry, knows that a lot of our secondary markets are underserved because we have a restrictive set of rules around airline ownership, the capitalization of our aerospace industry. Why is that important? The last government, we were looking at changing that, Madam Speaker. We had the Emerson report that said, because of our small capital markets here in Canada, because the airline industry is indeed global, we should be allowing up to 49% ownership or capital to come from outside of Canada. It's the same challenge, Madam Speaker, we face constantly in the resource industry. We have tremendous opportunity, but not necessarily the size of our capital markets to service it. So we need to draw capital in from around the world. We also have to recognize that this industry is a global industry, Madam Speaker. You know, I know a lot of veterans and friends I serve with in the RCAF. They fly for their Air Canada. I have a friend, Kevin McNaughton, just flying for WestJet at the moment, a former F-18 pilot. There's also Canadians flying for Cathay Pacific, for Qantas. This is a global industry, and in fact, my friend from British Columbia he consulted around the world. Canadian expertise in terms of aerospace, airlines, NAV Canada, which is a world leader, Madam Speaker. This is a global marketplace, and for our airlines to succeed, we need to have an even playing field, Madam Speaker. So I was proud the last government started evening that playing field somewhat. We allowed more standardized crew days and manning levels for air crews and for service personnel on the aircraft, flight attendants, Madam Speaker, so that there was a same level of requirement in Canada as there were to airlines flying into Canada. We need to also do that in terms of the access to capital. We need to allow these small upstart airlines like Jetlines and others to have access to foreign capital so that they can acquire aircraft built in Canada, Madam Speaker. So I urge the Minister to look at the Emerson report, look about allowing and unshackling this industry so that Canadians can compete. There are 76,000 jobs in Canada and almost $30 billion in GDP from the aerospace industry alone, Madam Speaker. And the aircraft built by Viking Air now, but are classic de Havilland, like the Beaver, the Twin Otter, these are world-renowned aircraft, Madam Speaker. The C-Series will be joining that sort of world-renowned Canadian expertise that has always kept us as the third or fourth most important aerospace country in the world. So less backroom deals, Madam Speaker, more transparency, and let's not have another bill that comes to this House like C-10 under the murkiness and indecision that we've seen from this government. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I thank the honourable member opposite for allowing me to once again try to provide fact and information for the analysis of the party opposite when they discussed the proposal that was never going to go anywhere at Billet Bishop Airport. It was never 30 planes. It was never 30 jets. It was never 30 jets. It was 12 jets and 18 Q400s. The Q400 order can still go forward and likely will still go forward because we haven't closed the airport. The airport is still allowed to operate its current configuration. The 12 jets that they tried to shoehorn into an airport and grow an airport to the size of the Ottawa International, this is the proposal that the Conservatives keep presenting to us as a viable operation. They wanted to build the Ottawa International Airport on a piece of property that is 1/7 the landmass. It was going to cost close to $1.4 billion to shoehorn into this airport. Is this really the depth of analysis that the Conservatives have brought to this issue? They don't know the number of the planes, they don't know the infrastructure costs, they don't know the length of the runway, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
C'est acceptable, non? So I just want to remind the member from Spadina, Fort York, that we want to make sure that we use language that's acceptable to all here, and would appreciate that he chooses words correctly. The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, I accept the apology from my friend from Spadina, Fort York, and in light of recent events, I'm just glad he didn't run across the way and grab me, as his leader has provided by example. But what I would say to this House, and in response to his question, he asked about the depth of analysis. They cut off that analysis, Madam Speaker. We needed a process where we could look at the viability of that in the long term, the environmental concerns, how it would fit into the transportation hub, any of the other issues, noise, all that sort of stuff. What the cancellation does on pressures on Pearson, Hamilton, the closure of Buttonville. The Toronto Island Airport, Billy Bishop, is not isolated from a network that serves over 5 million people, Madam Speaker. So the depth of analysis is more than a 140-character tweet from his minister. It should be allowing this process to run its course, particularly when there was going to be a private sector sale, whether it was 12 aircraft or down the road 30, it was a sale that was going to be private sector, not the government's money.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain. Oh, sorry. Did I not? Regina Louvain, right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Durham and I share a common first name, but unfortunately we don't share a common understanding of Bill C-10. He suggested that it was no big deal to loosen the geographic requirements from Winnipeg to all of Manitoba or from Mississauga to southern Ontario. But of course, the real concern about Bill C-10 is the clause that gives Air Canada complete free rein to define the nature of those maintenance and employment requirements. At the extreme, Air Canada could comply with this legislation by maintaining one job in each of Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. I think, Madam Speaker, it's also very important to recognize the origin of these maintenance and employment requirements. When a former Conservative government was privatizing Air Canada, it made a trade-off. It decided to place this restriction, giving up maybe some of the proceeds that could have been obtained by selling the government's equity in the airline in exchange for a guarantee of jobs. So given that that trade-off has been made, even if the member for Durham doesn't think it's the right trade-off, what's the point in giving up the employment requirements now? Isn't that just a windfall to existing shareholders of Air Canada.
The honourable member for Durham, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I admire the member's namesake, I feel he is stuck in history and frozen in time. In fact, I would invite him, as was the case 30 years ago, to fly back to Saskatchewan on Ward Air or on Canadian Airlines. No, he can't do that, Madam Speaker, because the industry has changed in 30 years. So it's perverse to suggest that Air Canada should be stuck with all the same suppliers, all the same relationships that they were 30 years ago. That's still the government controlling a private sector player. Porter has its servicing done in Sudbury. Why shouldn't companies in Sudbury or in Atlantic Canada have the same ability to bid on some of those jobs? The unionized members of those companies should have the opportunity for the jobs. It's time to recognize that it's not 1988 and he's back when he was probably 6.
That is 5:15, pursuing to order adopted on May 17, 2016. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings of the House and to put to a vote all questions necessary to dispose of third reading of the bill with which the House is now seized.
Follows. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Philpott, move that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a third time and do passed.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
I declare, call in the members.
Okay. The question is the following one. Monsieur Garneau, appuyé par Madame Philpott, propose
Mr. Garneau.
le projet de loi
Seconded by a member that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Godale.
Mr. Godale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Galno.
Monsieur Galno.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Diorio.
Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rabial.
Monsieur Rabial.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayeb.
Mr. Abultayeb.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltet.
Mr. Deltet.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jenness.
Mr. Jenness.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Lavertière.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boudrevis.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Island.
May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
170, 170, nays, contre, 136, 136.
La motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Remind members to stay in their seats during the votes until the result is announced. The House, order. Members will want to hear this, especially new members who haven't been through a private member's bill division before. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-210 under private members' business. Since this is the first recorded division on private members' business in this Parliament, I wish to remind all honourable members that the division will be taken row by row, starting with the sponsor, if he or she is present, and then proceeding with those in favour of the motion, beginning with the back row on the side of the House on which the sponsor sits. After proceeding through the rows on that first side, the members sitting on the other side of the House will vote, again beginning with the back row. Those opposed to the motion will be called in the same order. The question is as follows. Mr. Bélanger, appuyé par...
Seconded by Ms. Alislev, move that Bill C-210, an act to amend the National Anthem Act Gender, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
All those at my right in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin,
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Chiefcake.
Mr. Chiefcake.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lemoudou.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Casey
Second
Cumberland.
row at my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur
Ms.
Poisson.
Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Galno.
Monsieur Galno.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varane.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice
Ms.
Lev.
Alice Lev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
At my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Godale.
Mr. Godale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr.
Ms.
Bryson.
Mahaichuk.
Ms.
Madame
Mahaichuk.
Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bag.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise, starting with the back row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Van Dad.
Monsieur Van Dad.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zait.
Zaid.
Fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Ms. May Sandwich Golf Island.
Ms. May Sandwich Golf Island.
Can you repeat fourth row?
Yeah. Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Lucas.
Mr. Lucas.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donald.
Mr. Donald.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right. Second row on my right. First row on my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise, starting with the back row. Fifth row.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Lightbird.
Mr.
Mr.
Lightbird.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton
Mr.
West. Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Third row at my left.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Oh, first row on my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan. Yeas pour 219, 219. Nays contre 79, 73.
Harmony in here is so rare. All the pages sounded better earlier. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, le projet de loi.
Therefore, this bill is referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
It being 6:10 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Motion number 38, standing in the name of Mr. Tan on the Spring Festival.
And seconded by Mr. Spangeman, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should, on an annual basis, proclaim the first day of the lunar year as the beginning of the 15-day Spring Festival, in acknowledgement of the many celebrations and gatherings that take place in communities across the country, as well as in recognition of the tremendous contributions of people of Asian heritage to Canadian society. Debate.
Order. We're going to get underway with private members' business. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on discussions to make their way to their respective lobbies. And we'll get the private members' business started. Debate. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
I'm very pleased to speak today on motion 38. In the springtime, many families in Canada and around the world pay special attention to the first day of the Lunar New Year, which marks the beginning of the 15-day Spring Festival. Spring Festival, sometimes called the Chinese New Year, has existed for over 4,000 years. It is the most important and festive holiday in Asia. Millions of Asians around the world celebrate Spring Festival, including in China, Cambodia, Indonesia, Korea, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, just to name a few. Many customs accompany the Spring Festival. People do a major spring cleaning of their house, their clothes, and their utensils. A number of goods are purchased for the new year, including edible oil, rice, flour, chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruit, candies, and nuts. Children receive new clothes, shoes, red pockets with good luck money, and exchange gifts with seniors, friends, and relatives. There are fireworks, a dragon dance, kitchen gods, the beating of drums and cymbals, and many celebrations. Chinese eat noodles and dumplings called jiaozi to signify a long life and the end and the beginning of time. Traditionally, the festival was a time to honor ancestors. It was the one time of the year when people could rest. Family members from near and far would travel to be with loved ones in time to usher out the old year and welcome in the new. Today, all over China, passenger trains, buses, planes, and riverboats are packed with millions of holiday travelers. Shops do a lot of business. Kitchens are busy preparing elaborate feasts. And the streets are filled with the sound of firecrackers. It is the time for entire families to reunite for an average of 15 days. And most employees will get vacations, while students take 1 month absence from school. Martin Palmer, a British expert on China, once said that Spring Festival is an exact Chinese cultural symbol where all its elements are assembled, namely kitchen gods, lion and dragon dances, red pockets offered to families, and symbols of good luck. The two key reasons for the festivals are to celebrate a year of hard work, have a good rest, and reunite with the family, and to wish for a lucky and prosperous coming year. Asian communities in Canada are well organized. The Chinese community, for instance, has many community centers and media outlets serving the population. It has a long history dating back to 19th century. Starting in the 1890s, cities and larger towns developed their own Chinatown district in Canada. The Chinese Canadian community is currently the largest ethnic group of Asian Canadians, centered mainly in the provinces of Ontario and British Columbia. In the 2011 survey, Chinese Canadians, including mixed Chinese and other ethnic groups, made up to 4.5% of the Canadian population, or about 1.5 million. As the Chinese Canadian population in Canada continues to grow, Chinese culture has become an integral part of the Canadian cultural landscape. Chinese Canadians were essential to the building of Canada's Pacific Railway and joined the Canadian Armed Forces in World War II. Unfortunately, beginning in the 1880s, hundreds of Chinese railway workers died in Canada due to accidents, winter cold, illness, and hunger. It is said that at least 4 Chinese workers died for every miles of track laid. Canada's first Prime Minister John Macdonald said that British Columbia could either have Chinese workers and a railway or no Chinese workers and no railway. And since British Columbia's entry into Confederation was contingent on construction of a national railway, without the Canadian Pacific Railway, there will be no Canada. It is our responsibility to remember the exceptional contribution made to the Canadian mosaic and culture by people of Asian background. My motion is an opportunity to commemorate not only what the Asian community contributed to Canada, but the Canadian government's recent support for the Asian community to tell their story. Canada is a multicultural society whose ethno-cultural makeup has been shaped over time by immigrants and their descendants. Each new wave of immigration has added to the nation's ethnic and cultural composition. Canada's population includes 6 million people, about 20% of the population, who were born outside Canada. Recent immigrants to this country are more likely to have come from Asia and the Middle East than from other countries. It is therefore not surprising that the Asian traditions, such as the Spring Festival, are celebrated by an increasing number of people in Canada every year. In 2014, over 153,000 Chinese students were studying in Canada, representing the largest group of foreign students in our country. International students enrich our classrooms. Their knowledge and skills are welcome in our schools. Multiculturalism makes life better for all Canadians and helps to build strong, diverse communities. Many Canadians are interested in learning about Asia, but do not have opportunity to travel outside of Canada. And the Spring Festival is a fun way to learn more about Asian customs and family traditions from within Canada. And here we can bring this tradition into focus and have the community serving together. Enjoy the day and the time with the greater community. And this fits with the spirit of the multiculturalism. Many Canadian cities join their Chinese neighbors in the celebration of these festivities. For instance, the Canada-China Business Association stages a multicultural Spring Festival event in Richmond, BC. Although the Spring Festival is not a nationwide public holiday in Canada, it is a festive occasion for many people. The Prime Ministers of Canada have celebrated the Lunar New Year and the Spring Festival and issued official statements honoring the Spring Festival. Canadian organizations participate in Chinese New Year. For example, since 2011, Canada Post created a new stamp annually to commemorate the Chinese New Year with the animal. And in the past, the Royal Canadian Mint marked the event with a series of new coins. It is my hope that this annual announcement will continue to the enrichment of Chinese Canadian history knowledge for both the Chinese Canadians and the mainstream Canadian society. It is important to remember that the Chinese community in Canada put down historical roots, not just in China, but on both sides of the Pacific. Motion 38 would encourage Canadians of Asian descent to carry on the rich traditions of their heritage, reminding us again that Canada's strength comes from the richness of our cultures and the diversity of our people. To recognize the important contributions Asian Canadians have made to Canada and to honor their values of hard work, enterprise, and community. Spring Festival is a non-partisan and non-religious event. Motion 38 encourages participation in the cultural life of Canada. The motion builds on the fact that the festival has already become part of Canadian culture. Many of the Asian organizations in America and around the world hold large celebrations and parades to share its spring festivity. Cities like Sydney, London, New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco have held many successful Lunar New Year parades that attract thousands of crowds every year. Motion 38 enables Canadians to maximize opportunities to future generations and to embrace the natural linkage between this country and the Asia-Pacific region. This motion brings together friends from Asia and Canada and makes Asian culture accessible to the local mainstream and minority communities. The celebration of the Chinese New Year has served as a platform for bringing the community together and reminding that diversity and inclusion are sources of strength. And we are stronger as Canadians because of our diversity. We have become not a melting pot, but a beautiful mosaic. Different people, different beliefs, different festivals, different dreams, but one country. Our differences make us stronger. We should celebrate our diversity and learn to work together. The government of Canada believes in a united Canada that looks forward with a shared purpose, a country that is strong, not in spite of our individual differences, but because of them. Earlier this week, I explained in writing to all my colleagues in the House exactly why Motion 38 is good for Canada and for all Canadians. I would ask for the support of MPs from all parties in the hope that we can expedite this motion and officially recognize this significant event, Spring Festival, across Canada. I'm pleased to note that I have received widespread support bordering on high praise and heartfelt encouragement from virtually all my colleagues across party lines for Motion 38. For example, from the honorable members from Richmond Centre, Vancouver East, Vancouver Kingsway, and Scarborough Ridings. So I wish to thank everyone and every party for their full support and hearty encouragement. Please support Motion 38 and join Asian Canadians at the Spring Festival 2017. Remember to have plenty of food and drink, and don't forget the dancing. Thank you. 谢谢.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Oh, no, I was just getting up. I'm going to be speaking next on this motion. But nevertheless, since you have got up, you asked me, recognized me, I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this motion in front of the House. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, he can count on our support for this motion. It's a great motion, Spring Festival. It's a great way to celebrate the heritage, Asian heritage. And as during my speech when I will talk, I will allude to the bigger festival that automatically comes from Asia. Just a little context as I was talking to my friend here from Lloydminster here. You see, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we come out of spring. And as we come out, we come out of winter. Out of winter, when we come out of spring, right, we go into farming. We go seeding and everything, go start working. In our case here, we come out after the harvest is done and this thing. So indeed, Mr. Speaker, just to say, we'll be supporting this motion very much with my colleague from Richmond, as I said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you. I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent comments. Indeed, the Spring Festival, like other ethnic group celebrations, they have been in Canada for many, many years. And more Canadians know this event, know these celebrations. As I mentioned, the Prime Minister of Canada and other government officials and almost virtually everybody knows this Spring Festival celebration. And during that time, you can see everywhere. You can see shops, you can see gas stations, you can see department stores, you can see restaurants. They have signs of a celebration for the Spring Festival. So, as I said in my speech, this is good for Canada because of diversity is our strength, not weakness. And again, the as mentioned by the honorable member, the winter in Canada is very long, so we need more celebration to cheer up.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Don Valley North as well for his comments. And of course, it is important to recognize the celebration of Lunar New Year, or Spring Festival, if you will, for the Asian community. So I welcome the member's motion. Now, in order to further the celebration and the recognition of the contributions of the Asian community, I wonder what other suggestions might the minister or might the member have to advance for the government to undertake that will give concrete results in recognition of the Asian community's contribution in building Canada.
Honourable member for Don Valley North.
I think the most important thing right now is to promote the awareness of this Spring Festival, this event, to almost every Canadian. Just like other large-scale event, for example, the Black History Month and the Asian Heritage Month. So I would suggest that someday the Spring Festival will become the same level, big celebration in Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to join my colleagues from Calgary, Forest Lawn, and Vancouver East in congratulating my colleague and fellow neighbor to the west of my riding, my colleague from Don Valley North, for his introduction of Motion 38 before the House here today. I, along with my other colleagues on all sides of the aisle, join in congratulating my friend in introducing this motion and recognizing that the Lunar New Year and the Lunar Festival is a significant celebration that is celebrated by Asian communities around the globe, including here in Canada. And in fact, I know that my friend from Don Valley North and I, along with many others, have engaged in many activities during that particular festival. I do want to follow up also from the suggestion from my friend from Vancouver East with respect to, particularly as it relates to 2017, does he have any additional suggestions that he could have that could perhaps highlight the importance not only of the contributions of Asian Canadians, but to celebrate the tremendous diversity that Asian communities have contributed to Canada's diversity and pluralism?
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
And I fully agree with the comments made by my honourable colleague. It is something big for us, and the Spring Festival is it's not just a one celebration. It means that we remember the contribution made by the Chinese Canadians over 100 years. And I would suggest that the other big communities, they find out the similar things to share with other Canadians. Because in Canada, Canada is an immigrant country. So the people from all over the world, we welcome people to join the country, but at the same time, we welcome the people to bring in the best part of their culture, their tradition to our country, and make this country more colorful.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor, it's a great for me to rise up during spring and talk about Spring Festival. You know, Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we all love festivals, whatever kind of festival we have. Most of our festivals take due to weather in the summer and all these things, but we should not forget the traditions that have come from other part of the world, of which Canada today is a home to millions of Asians living in this country, Mr. Speaker. So I want to commend my colleague for highlighting the contributions of Asian Canadians to the society in Canada. And I'm delighted that I want to thank my honourable colleague here from Richmond giving me the spot and should be speaking and highlighting more about the Spring Festival. Mr. Speaker, a point. In Asia, Spring Festivals starts all over. There is a Spring Festival coming in from the countries of Southeast Asia. And I have a very large community of Vietnamese Canadians living in my riding who celebrate Spring Festival, and it is just a joyous occasion that we always look forward. We look forward not only because of celebrating with them, but we look forward also to understanding the great achievement they have made. And Mr. Speaker, I'm no kidding about the fact, when you go down to the Spring Festivals, cultural shows and culture, it is just outstanding. Mr. Speaker. Just absolutely outstanding. Forget about the great food, 10-course dinners that we get, which my honourable colleague just did it in Vancouver, which we greatly enjoyed, the cultural heritage of the Chinese community. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter whether it is the Vietnamese, Mr. Speaker, the Indonesians, Singapore, wherever, Mr. Speaker. It's just an honor to be there. But, Mr. Speaker, I must take credit that the cultural events that are performed by these great groups are just outstanding and a great, heritage to Canada. One of the times, Mr. Speaker, I can say that while we say this is either a Vietnamese show or a Chinese show or an Indian show or whatever, ultimately, Mr. Speaker, it boils down to that they are Canadian shows because they're done by young Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And so we are great and honored that in this great land of ours, without going to distant countries, Mr. Speaker, in this own country of ours, we can see the diversity, the cultural heritage, Mr. Speaker, and Spring Festival is one of that. I would remiss to say, I think it's a great thing to organize and recognize our fellow Asians on this thing. In the similar breath, the Spring Festival goes in. Another great festival that comes from Asia is the Vaisakhi celebration, which is in the similar nature as it is celebrated in China and other countries. The Vaisakhi one is again a celebration when harvest is done and people want to go out and celebrate. It's a great spring celebration that you see across in this country with great parades that are taking place across this thing. On the other hand, the other side, in India, they celebrated with Holi, which is throwing colors onto each other's and everything. And I've been a victim of that color throwing, very much so. But again, it is part and parcel of a festival, Mr. Speaker, part and parcel of Asian heritage out here. So indeed, without saying, Mr. Speaker, it's a great thing we should be in Canada. We celebrate the diversity, our history, as in the back, as the honourable member talked about, the Chinese head tax and the recent apology made by the Prime Minister of Komagata Maru and all these things. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, to put all of this behind us as we look forward and as we move forward. These festivals bring the richness of that culture, the richness of that, and puts the past away, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, it is quite a great pleasure and honor to be supporting this motion and recognize the contributions made by the Asians in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would just say in closing that, let's celebrate. Nothing, celebrations for everybody. Let's celebrate out there, Mr. Speaker, and move on. So, and by recognizing, Mr. Speaker, celebration, excellent celebration. So everyone, enjoy the spring celebrations. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me first of all acknowledge and to congratulate the member from Don Valley North for bringing forward this motion. Indeed, this is a motion that I will certainly support. And I want to begin as well with this debate by acknowledging the first peoples of this land and for allowing us to build our lives here. All of us who are not Indigenous are people that came from other places to make Canada our home. And Canada, of course, over the years has become a wonderful multicultural country that is built by the faces of this world. And so to that end, I want to acknowledge the First Peoples and then, of course, to pay tribute to the multicultural community for the fantastic contributions that they have made over these very many years in building Canada. This motion, of course, acknowledges specifically the Spring Festival, which is celebrated by the Asian community. And when I talk about the Asian community, it is much broader than just the Chinese community, of course. It is celebrated really people from China, yes, from Korea, from Japan, from Taiwan, from Malaysia, from Singapore, from Indonesia, from Vietnam, really from all the different places in the Asian community. We celebrate the Spring Festival. The Spring Festival actually has a very interesting origin, Mr. Speaker. It actually is traced back thousands of years. And legend has it, of course, it comes from a series of traditions and legends. And one of the most famous ones that I remember as a little girl when I was growing up, and the famous legend is something called a Nan. And this famous Nan is believed, and we were told, is a monstrous beast that would come and attack you, and we would all run scared and so on. And of course, the history has it is that we would do different things to ward away the Nan. We would use red couplets where you see from time to time in celebration of the Asian community are two red pieces of paper, either written on it, a little poem, a Chinese poem, if you will, in Chinese black ink, or in gold ink. Or sometimes you'd light firecrackers to swore off this monster, right? And so that's sort of the legend that we were brought up to believe. But of course, in celebrating it, I remember this as a little girl. The thing that I loved about it the most, of course, in preparation for it, my mother would clean the house 10 days before Lunar New Year. We'd clean the house from corner to corner. We were given new slippers and new pajamas and all the new clothes and fantastic food. And of course, come Lunar New Year Day, you get the red pockets. And the most exciting thing for us about the red pockets is that there's money in it. So for a little girl to get $1 or, you know, whatever amount of money that we get is very exciting, right? And then relatives come to visit you, friends come to visit you, and you go visit them, and you collect more red dollars, and you fill your pockets full of candies, and it's an enormous celebration. This is what I remember when I was a little girl in Hong Kong. Then, of course, we immigrated here to Canada, and there was very little known about the Lunar New Year Festival. We came in 1976, and I was a little girl, and we sort of celebrated amongst ourselves and with a few friends, but other than that, there really wasn't much going on. But I'll tell you this, over the years, I am so happy to see the celebration and acknowledgement of Lunar New Year. Right now in Vancouver, this is our 43rd anniversary of having the Lunar New Year parade. And I remember this when it first started. You know, they were like maybe a parade of 10 people, 20 people, not very big. But over the years, we're now up to over 10,000, 100,000 people who come to the parade, rain or shine. And it is absolutely a tremendous celebration. And it's not just the Asian community who come out to celebrate it. This is from people from all walks of life. And I dare say we've had elected officials from all levels of government, and people in this very house had come and celebrated the Lunar New Year parade with us in Vancouver, including prime ministers. And I would say that politicians would fight to the front of the line to be seen in this parade. And now it is absolutely a celebration that is recognized by all walks of life. And to bring this celebration together takes a lot of hard work, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't just happen by itself. A lot of people behind the scenes, the tremendous volunteers that work every year at the beginning of the celebration. As soon as it's over, they're planning next year once again for the celebration. So to that end, I would like to acknowledge, particularly from my community in East Vancouver, the Chinatown Spring Festival Parade organizers. And the major organizer societies include the Chinese Benevolent Association, the Chinese Cultural Center, the Chinatown Merchants Association, Success, the Chinese Freemasons, and the Songyi Benevolent Association. They toil day and night in preparing for this giant parade. And then not only that, after the parade, we actually then accumulate over 1,000 people in the largest restaurant that we have in the Lower Mainland, and we all gather there, and we have a feast. And to continue on that celebration as well. And then, of course, per the tradition, the Lunar New Year then doesn't just end on the first day. It continues on weeks on end, I have to say. And then so many of the clan associations carry on the festive atmosphere well into spring, well into, in fact, just last week I attended a community event, and we still were celebrating the Lunar New Year festival and bringing in the new year. Now, this year, the year of the monkey, Mr. Speaker, the Lunar New Year was actually February the 9th, and we're now on to June 1st, and the good member here has brought this motion forward. So months on later, we're still talking about the Lunar New Year Festival. So to recognize it and to declare it in this sense so that it is shared amongst all the communities across the country, I think is a wonderful gesture. I should also acknowledge that the City of Vancouver as well, over the years, in the city also make their declaration in recognition of the Lunar New Year celebration. And then also the province of British Columbia had also done the same. For many years now. And in fact, a Family Day was established. And you know where Family Day was established and where it came from? That history actually started with a conversation with a number of people in our community who said, wouldn't it be great in the month of February, where we actually don't have a statutory holiday, that we actually have one, and then we try to time it so that it falls in to the timing of around the Lunar New Year festival. That's how Family Day came about. Now, it doesn't exactly fall on Lunar New Year Day because every year the day changes. So it's kind of hard to pick an actual date because it changes every year with the Lunar New Year calendar. But it's close enough, and that's the origin of the Family Day celebration that came about in British Columbia. So I am very delighted to support this motion, and there is no question, the more we talk about different cultures, the more we engage and embrace with each other the celebration of who we are and what we're about, and to share that information. By doing that, we're only going to enhance the spirit of multiculturalism. We're only going to enhance the knowledge and education of each other, and then to appreciate all of the different cultures that we bring to the table. And in that celebration, then I think we have really, truly reached what we have all strived so hard to do in the spirit of multiculturalism, and it's the recognition and the full participation of every single community in all walks of life in what we do as together as one. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, for allowing me to speak to this motion. I want to thank the member for bringing this forward. I look forward to all members of the House, I hope, in support of this motion, so that we can all walk in unison with harmony and in a good way to celebrate each and every one of us, no matter who we are, where we come from. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I rise today to address motion M38 that the government should, on an annual basis, proclaim the first day of the lunar year as the beginning of the 15-day Spring Festival, in acknowledgement of the many celebrations and gatherings that take place in communities across the country, as well as in recognition of the tremendous contributions of people of Asian heritage to Canadian society. I support this motion and am honoured to be here to speak about an event of exceptional significance to a great number of Canadians, the Lunar New Year and Spring Festival. Comme vous le savez, Monsieur le Président,
as you know, Mr. Speaker, this government is strongly committed to diversity and inclusion. As was noted in the speech from the throne, we strongly believe that Canada's strength is its diversity, and our country is strong because of our differences, not in spite of them. Our shared experiences and diversity are a source of inspiration both in Canada and around the world. For many Canadians, the Lunar New Year is one of the most significant events of the year. Individuals of various backgrounds, such as Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese, to name but a few, celebrate the occasion with friends and family. As many of you know, the Lunar New Year and the Spring Festival take place in January or February each year. This year, celebrations began on February 8th, ushering in the Year of the Fire Monkey, an animal that symbolizes cleverness, wittiness, intelligence, and curiosity.
The pleasure of attending in my own riding of Edmonton Centre, a number of events related to the festivals surrounding this Year of the Monkey. The Lunar Festival has a tremendous impact on my riding, bringing sounds, smells, parades, lion dances, and great fun for all Edmontonians. D'une durée de 15 jours, le Festival du Printemps comprend une grande variété.
The 15-day Spring Festival includes a wide range of exciting cultural activities such as lion dancing, the preparation of delicious traditional foods, and beautiful displays of colorful decorations. The Lunar New Year festivities bring joy to people in communities across the country and provide an opportunity for all Canadians to join in the celebration of the event's rich traditions, which are steeped in history. And this motion will complement existing commemorative initiatives such as Asian Heritage Month, which takes place each year in May. I'm proud to support this motion because it commemorates a date of great significance, but also because it provides another opportunity to reflect on the tremendous contributions of Asian Canadian communities to our society, both recently and historically.
Greatly from the diversity that has come with the arrival of many newcomers of Asian heritage. According to the 2000 National Household Survey, 5 million people reported an Asian ethnic origin in Canada. Within this group, 2.6 million individuals reported an East or Southeast Asian origin, including 1.5 million Chinese, 220,000 Vietnamese, and approximately 170,000 Koreans. Canada has been enriched by the presence of Asian Canadians for many years. From the moment Chinese artisans and traders arrived in the 18th century to today, Canadians of Asian heritage have played an important role in building our country. It is worth recalling the role that people of Asian heritage have played in the development of our vast country through their hard work and resiliency, building the Canadian Pacific Railway. Similarly, we must acknowledge and never forget the many shameful and discriminatory restrictions imposed on immigrants from China, including a $50 head tax introduced in 1885 and a prohibition on Chinese immigration in 1923. These deplorable moments in our collective history serve to remind us of the value of an open society and a commitment to equality, inclusion, and multiculturalism. It is in this spirit of multiculturalism and inclusion that I am here today to speak in support of motion M38. I believe that Canada's commitment to multiculturalism and the fact that I stand before you today in support of a motion to celebrate Lunar New Year in Canada's Parliament are clear examples of how far we have come since the days of the head tax. Bien qu'il soit important de se rappeler des erreurs du
While it is important to remember the errors of the past, Canadians of Asian heritage have much to be proud of and look forward to. Quite simply, there are countless examples of Asian Canadian success stories that one could choose to highlight. This is a testament to the great achievements of Asian Canadians throughout history. The long list of outstanding Canadians include individuals such as the first immigrant appointed as Governor-General of Canada, the Right Honourable Adrienne Clarkson. This list also includes a range of individuals.
A Canadian scientist of great renown who is known for work in microbiology and immunology and his important repercussions of his work around the world. Dans le monde des arts, nous pouvons mentionner des...
In the realm of the arts, we can individuals such as Kim Thuy, winner of the prestigious Governor-General's Literacy Award for French fiction, and the Grand Prix Littéraire Archambault in 2011, and the list goes on. By formally recognizing the Lunar New Year and Spring Festival, the government is also expressing its strong commitment to the preservation and enhancement of multicultural heritage of Canadians.
The government is proud to support multiculturalism, which is a defining feature of Canadian identity and a source of pride for Canadians and for many people around the world. Our multicultural heritage is about more than just a commitment to welcoming diverse people from around the world. It is a commitment to principles of equality, of freedom, grounded in human rights and enshrined in the supreme law of Canada, our Constitution, and in the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. Formal recognition of the Lunar New Year will directly support Canada's multiculturalism policy. This policy, which plays a fundamental role in shaping our inclusive and welcoming society, seeks to welcome and promote the understanding that multiculturalism reflects the cultural and racial diversity of Canadian society. It acknowledges the freedom of all members of Canadian society to preserve, enhance, and share their cultural heritage. Events like the Lunar New Year and Spring Festival resonate with many Canadians and contribute to the cultural dynamism and inclusivity that make Canadian communities vibrant and welcoming places to live. They improve our quality of life by fostering a sense of belonging and unity, which ultimately contributes to Canada being a more peaceful and harmonious place to live. So I am proud to stand before you, Mr. Speaker, in support of this motion to recognize the first day of Lunar Year as the beginning of the 15-day Spring Festival in acknowledgement of the many celebrations and gatherings in communities across the country and in recognition of the tremendous contributions of people of Asian heritage to Canadian society. Je vous remercie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak on this motion and would like first to congratulate the Honourable Member from Don Valley North on being the first Member of Parliament of a Mandarin-speaking background from mainland China to be elected to the House. Like my riding of Richmond Centre, Don Valley North is culturally diverse and has made history on more than one occasion by electing MPs who were the first of their ethnic community. My former caucus colleague, Joe Daniel, was the first ever member of Malayali descent. On my part, I was the first Canadian woman of Chinese descent to be appointed to serve in cabinet. And I'm honored to share in this moment to celebrate that multiculturalism is alive and strong throughout Canadian society. I remember as a young child, every year I would always look forward to the Spring Festival, just like our honourable member from Vancouver East. Although the gifts and delicious food were always a point of excitement for the children, there's much more to this holiday. It is not only an opportunity to welcome the incoming year, but represents a time of celebration and reflection on the past year. It is also a time for Thanksgiving and an opportunity for family members to return home and spend time together. Although both the honourable member for Don Valley North and myself are both of Chinese descent, the Spring Festival is of great significance to many other ethnic communities throughout Southeast Asia as well. Along with mainland China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, the Spring Festival and related Lunar New Year celebrations are held in other countries in the region, such as Vietnam, Korea, and Malaysia. There are many Canadians who hail from countries where the Spring Festival is a valued tradition, and they still observe those traditional celebrations here. To put this in a numerical perspective, just like what the honourable member from Edmonton has done, there are over 1.3 million Canadian residents of Chinese descent. 500,000 of those individuals have roots from Hong Kong, and I'm one of them. 220,000 are of Vietnamese origin, and over 170,000 individuals are members of the Korean community in Canada. They, along with many others, make up a huge part of our nation's cultural mosaic, which we Canadians take great pride in. I realize that as a multicultural mosaic, sometimes our different colors, origins, and traditions may appear to clash. Even within my riding of Richmond Centre, there's now some tension between the more established residents and the newer members of our immigrant community. Some people may argue that if we pass this motion, then where will we draw the line? And are we to recognize every cultural tradition that is celebrated by some members of Canadian society? I would have to disagree with those individuals. There's a belief out there that somehow motions like this one may dilute our Canadian identity. To them, I say that rather than diluting what it means to be Canadian, we are keeping in the finest traditions of the Canadian spirit instead. Canada has always been a mosaic of different peoples to which we have been continually adding new pieces, starting with our First Nations and Indigenous communities to the arrival of European influences in the 15th century, and even now today, people throughout the world come to Canada to find peace, acceptance, and freedom. We are a country that has always been weaving new threads into our national tapestry. Over 85% of immigrants to Canada eventually become citizens, which is one of the highest rates in the developed world. Not only do they come to build a better life and a brighter future for themselves and their families, they also fully join and likewise fully contribute to Canadian society. This motion, and more specifically, what it is celebrating, is what is being Canadian truly means. Diversity is where we find much of Canada's strength, and throughout their long history in this country, Canadians of Asian heritage have contributed significantly towards making Canada what it is today. We're also pushing us forward to become the best nation we could possibly be. The Spring Festival is no longer just an Asian holiday, but one that is celebrated and enjoyed by Canadians of all backgrounds. I'm privileged to witness this every year at the Vancouver Chinatown Parade, one of the largest in North America, which brings together over 3,000 participants and 10,000 spectators annually. The groups that participate, much like Canadian society at large, are immensely diverse. Along with the traditional line dances and martial arts demonstrations, we also see some other groups represented, including Scottish pipe and drum bands, cadets, and members of the Royal Canadian Forces. It is so wonderful to see different groups take part in the festivities and celebrate in the meaning of the Spring Festival. I'd like to also add the romantic part to this beautiful festival. In Chinese history, in the ancient time, the last day of the Spring Festival, which is the 15th day of the first moon, is also, right now I could say, the Chinese Valentine. It was during this day that young women and young men actually went out to the market, where there are paper lanterns, where riddles were hanged there for people to work on. The winners of those riddles did not only win prizes, they also won the hearts of beautiful young ladies. In fact, over the past several years in my riding of Richmond Centre, there has been a countdown at the Aberdeen Centre to mark the beginning of the Spring Festival. It has become an important community event in Richmond, and also prime ministers of different times and different parties also took part. I'm sure that many of my colleagues in the House who have attended such events can attest to the fact that the Spring Festival celebrations are something to be enjoyed by all Canadians. As a Member of Parliament for Richmond Centre, I'm truly delighted to have the opportunity this evening to speak to this motion and bring recognition to this important event. I'm grateful that we, as a House, can celebrate our multiculturalism together and recognize the important role it plays in our Canadian society. I, along with my colleagues, wholeheartedly support this motion from the member from Don Valley North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand on behalf of the constituents of Vancouver Kingsway and my colleagues in the New Democratic Party in support of this motion to commemorate Lunar New Year across this country and the Spring Festival that begins every year in cities across our great land. The Spring Festival is celebrated, of course, by Canadians of Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean origin in particular, but indeed now by Canadians of many other nationalities across this country. I'd like to focus my remarks tonight, however, on the tremendous contributions of the Chinese community to my riding, my city of Vancouver, my province of British Columbia, and our country. The 43rd Chinatown Spring Festival Parade was held this year in Vancouver, and as in past years was organized in excellent fashion by 6 major organizations in Vancouver: the Chinese Benevolent Association of Vancouver, the Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Vancouver, the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association, Success, the Chinese Freemasons Vancouver branch, and the Shawnee Benevolent Association. Now, the Spring Festival New Year Parade celebrates the new year of the lunar calendar and is a festive event for everyone to enjoy. As one of the 3 largest non-commercial annual parades in Vancouver, this parade features the largest assembly of traditional lion dance teams in Canada, with dozens of colorful and energetic lions from various local fraternal and martial arts organizations. The parade features some 70 entries, bringing over 3,000 participants from various community and cultural groups. It's not surprising, Mr. Speaker, that the parade draws over 100,000 spectators across representing every single ethnic group in this country along the route each year, plus many more who see it through TV coverage. So it gives me great opportunity to highlight for this House the incredible contributions of Chinese Canadians to Canada's social, economic and cultural heritage. I want to start with the Chinese Benevolent Association. This was founded in 1895 by 6 pioneers to provide mutual support and leadership within the Chinese Canadian community. The current CBA president is Mr. Hilbert Yu, who I would like to congratulate for his recent victory. And this group represents the major Chinese associations in Canada, including major clans like the Shunyi, the Ma's, the Jiangs, the Kwans, and many others. This group, the CBA, fosters cultural, social, and charitable events of all types, and they work diligently to promote equality and understanding of other cultures. They also help to provide housing and disaster relief. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the Chinese Cultural Centre, a world-class organization that promotes Asian arts and culture and facilitates exchanges of artists from around the world. They recently hosted the Greater Vancouver Chinese Canadian Artists Invitational Exhibition, which featured world-class Chinese Canadian artists such as Johnson Chow, Winifred Lee, James Tan and Joyce Tsai, and many others. Mr. Speaker, this was an explosion not of multiculturalism, but of interculturalism and indeed cultural fusion. The chair of the Chinese Cultural Centre is Fred Kwok, who's carrying on the fine tradition of previous chairs. And I also want to mention the International Art Gallery, which is led by the talented team of Catherine and John Chan, who bring artists from all over the world and promote Canadian artists internationally. I must also mention Dr. Jan Walls, a UBC professor who's a leading translator, historian, and cultural icon, and an inspirational leader in multicultural understanding, tolerance, and respect. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the Chinese Canadian Military Museum. Just a few weeks ago, in May, they commenced an extraordinary exhibit entitled Rumble in the Jungle, a special exhibition that explores a largely unknown part of Canadian history. This is organized under the leadership of President King Wan. It highlights the work of Force 136. During the final years of World War II, an elite group of Chinese Canadians were secretly trained in guerrilla warfare and jungle survival tactics. Their mission was to get dropped behind Japanese lines and assist with sabotage and intelligence gathering. These soldiers, who included Neil Chan, Raymond Chan, Joe Chong, Charlie Lee, Ronald Lee, Gordon Kwan, Gordon Wong, Tommy Wong, Victor Wong, and Hank Wong, committed absolutely vital service to this country in a very dangerous mission, and theirs is a story of glory and courage. But, Mr. Speaker, this is also a story of racism and intolerance. These soldiers were not able to easily join Canadian regular forces. They were not recognized as Canadian citizens. They were subject to racist property laws. They could not vote in Canadian elections, and they were victims of the racist head tax. Indeed, disgracefully, these soldiers had to hitch a ride back to Canada on their own after risking their lives in some of the most dangerous work done in the war for their country. But this exhibit cannot mask the heroism these soldiers displayed in carrying out their top secret missions in the most difficult and dangerous theater imaginable, and their families are proud today. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention the Chinese Freemasons, led by Chairman Chuck Chang, one of the first Freemason organizations in Canada. This was started on Vancouver Island in Barkerville in the 1800s. They provided then and provide today fraternal and social support to the Chinese community before the advent of social services by government. They also played an instrumental role in world history. They hosted and funded Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who was in Vancouver at the beginning of the 20th century and who returned to China to help found the Republic of China, bringing an end to imperial rule. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention Success. The CEO of Success is Queenie Chu, who does an outstanding job for this organization, and she follows in a history of talented CEOs and leaders. Tung Chan, who is a figure of national renown, and Maggie Ip, a former city councillor and incredible organizer and community leader. This is one of the most preeminent social NGOs in the country. They assist thousands of immigrants with their settlement needs, ESL, employment, housing, integration into Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on the Chinese seniors of Greater Vancouver under the great leadership of President Ming Zhu. They just celebrated their 11th anniversary and bring seniors from all over Greater Vancouver together for important social and cultural events. In my own riding, I want to highlight what I consider the best Chinese seniors group in Canada, the Renfrew Chinese Seniors. Under the leadership of Mei Zheng and Eddie Tang, over 400 seniors meet quarterly at the Renfrew Community Centre and bring seniors together for recreation, dance, and community connection. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention the business leaders of renown in the Chinese community. We have Tong Lui, a towering figure in BC business who started the London drugs chain. Jack Chow, who started and ran a very successful insurance business. The Wong family, tailors for over 100 years who are still making great made-to-measure suits, the last major tailor shop in Vancouver's Chinatown. David Choi, who founded Royal Pacific Realty. Richard Wong, a powerhouse of energy involved in fostering international trade. And Fei Liang, a pioneer of courage who has made a lifetime of breaking barriers. She emerged out of Chinatown and overcame discrimination on race and gender to become a leading realtor and historian. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention important civic leaders from the Chinese Canadian community. Raymond Louis, the acting mayor of Vancouver and the first Chinese Canadian chair of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, is leading our city in Vancouver and the country today. He's joined on Vancouver City Council by Dr. Carrie Jiang, who works at the UBC School of Psychiatry and is also an excellent leader in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway. They followed in the footsteps of B.C. Lee, George Chow, and Tony Tang, past councillors, and the great member for Vancouver East, who I believe is the only person in Canada of Chinese descent who has been a city councillor, a provincial MLA, a provincial cabinet minister, and also a member of this parliament. And I must mention the very popular Alan Wong, elected 5 straight times to the Vancouver School Board, an incredibly popular politician who has fought for generations of Vancouver students. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention finally the media. We have in this country and in my city of Vancouver and the Lower Mainland a very vibrant and democratic Chinese media. Newspapers like Sing Tao, Ming Pao, Global Chinese Press, Dawa, the Fairchild TV and radio station and Omni Multicultural Channel provide honest reporting, fair coverage, and play a vital role in informing citizens, which is an integral part of our democratic process. Mr. Speaker, the mainstream media in this country could take a lesson from the Chinese media in this country who lead the way in fair, balanced, diverse coverage. And we owe a debt of gratitude to them all. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, today is a day to commemorate the Spring Festival, but also the contributions of Chinese Canadians across this country, and I'm proud on behalf of the New Democratic Party to salute them here today in this House.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Accordingly, I ask or invite the honourable member for Don Valley North to have his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
I just need 10 seconds. I just take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues for your support, and I'm going to remember that. Thank you very much.
The question is as follows. Mr. Tan, seconded by Mr. Spengeman, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should, on an annual basis, proclaim the first day of the lunar year as the beginning of the 15-day Spring Festival in acknowledgement of the many celebrations and gatherings that take place in communities across the country, as well as in recognition of the tremendous contributions of the people of Asian heritage to Canadian society. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Carried. Carried.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise tonight in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I originally asked on March 24th. It pertains to something that is fundamental to the concept that Canada has any framework of environmental law, any regimen of review in advance before large projects proceed. In a strange quirk of history, Mr. Speaker, I was actually in the Office of the Minister of Environment in the Mulroney administration when I shepherded through the Privy Council office permission to legislate the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. It finally passed into law. It was passed under the Mulroney administration, received royal assent under the administration of the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, and it has evolved since then. It had as its cornerstone principles that the environmental assessment process must engage Canadians. Public participation and rights of public participation were fundamental to that act. So too were a broad understanding of what environment means, including the full environment, marine, terrestrial, all aspects of the environment, human health in the environment, and even socioeconomic impacts, even local community values. And that environmental assessment process required that alternatives be reviewed. You didn't just approve a project, you actually asked the question, is there a better way to do this that causes less environmental damage? All of that was destroyed completely in Omnibus Budget Bill C-38 in spring 2012. Those of us in opposition parties fought it as hard as we could. Liberals, New Democrats, Greens, the Bloc. We tried to protect the cornerstone of environmental law, and we lost because might makes right, and the Conservative government at the time forced through the acceptance of something called the Canadian Environmental Act 2012. It is not an Environmental Assessment Act at all. It fails even in comparison to environmental assessments conducted by developing countries. It is a joke of an environmental assessment, and to make it worse, it took away the fundamental principle of public participation. That was a fundamental principle of our cornerstone of our environmental assessment law. It's gone. The new SIA 2012 says only those parties who are directly affected, like you live next door to a large quarry, you are next door to a large LNG facility. Only those people have a right to participate. It took away the heart and soul and rigor of environmental assessment law. But worse than that, in the case of energy projects, it made up a whole new regime. It said the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act doesn't apply through its normal agency operations if it's a pipeline, a nuclear facility, or an offshore oil and gas facility. In those cases, the National Energy Board, for the first time in Canadian history, was mandated to do environmental assessment. So too were the offshore petroleum boards for Newfoundland and Labrador, for Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum, and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. They were given the authority to do environmental assessments. Now, we've lived through quite a few of these, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt and without fear of contradiction from any person in the public interest or environmentalist who's gone through that process, they are a sham. Now, here we are. It's June 1st, 2016, and I ask the government opposite, why are we still operating under Bill C-38's destruction of our environmental law? I ask, as I did on March 24th, when can we see the end of C-38 and bring back real environmental assessment to Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to address the question by the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands regarding the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. Our government campaigned on a promise to conduct a comprehensive review of environmental assessment processes and to implement reforms that reflect an approach that is based on science, facts, and evidence. That is exactly what we intend to do. Mr. Speaker, we will work to ensure that this review and subsequent reforms are informed by consultation and partnerships with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. This has been our approach from the moment we took office and is central to restoring the legitimacy of the environmental assessment process that was lost under the previous government. Mr. Speaker, this government has already demonstrated the need to change the approach to environmental assessment implemented by the previous government. In January, we introduced 5 principles to guide our decision-making on all major resource projects under review. These principles ensure predictable, timely assessments based on science and data, that we account for the realities of climate change, and that we have meaningful engagement with communities and consultation with Indigenous peoples. These principles, along with a review of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012, are part of the government's broad strategy to restore confidence in Canada's environmental assessment processes. While we undertake the broader review of environmental assessment processes, this government is ensuring that the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency is adequately resourced to fulfill its responsibilities with respect to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012 and the interim principles. As the member opposite notes, Budget 2016 provided funding to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency so that it does have the ability to deliver on its responsibilities. The funding announced in Budget 2016 will provide the agency with the resources it needs to undertake consultations with the public and Indigenous groups and will support compliance and enforcement. To the member opposite's question, Mr. Speaker, I will say this. The fact that 4 years of funding has been guaranteed to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency in no way implies that our government is not planning to undertake significant reform. As previously noted, this government intends to launch a broad review of environmental assessment processes later this year. I know that the honourable member opposite cares deeply about this issue, as do I, and that she has many thoughtful things to say regarding these matters. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member opposite for the question, and we look forward to working with her as we work to reform Canada's environmental assessment processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my friend from Northumberland, Peterborough, and it is my sad responsibility to tell her that what she has just read isn't true. All major projects do not fall under the interim measures. Only pipeline projects do. The advice given to the Minister of Environment, and I hold the Minister of Environment in the highest regard, but the advice from her officials, if that's where she got the bad advice, that it was sufficient to add a few conditions to pipeline projects, misses out entirely that the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012 puts entirely in the hands of offshore petroleum boards in Atlantic Canada the right to give permits for offshore drilling. And none of the interim measures apply to that because it only applies to projects under the National Energy Board. The extent to which Bill C-38 has destroyed our environmental assessment process is not fully understood by a new government. And I am hoping that new government will look at this and decide Bill C-38 must be removed much more quickly than current plans allow.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has made it clear that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, and that is the only way we will get our resources to market. This budget sends a clear message that we are committed to restoring robust environmental assessments and ensuring that we do proper environmental assessment. The Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency was provided the funding to do just that. This commitment will be further met by reviewing environmental assessment processes and making the necessary changes to restore the public trust. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss the question I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs on February 19th regarding the boycott, divestment and sanction movement against Israel, also known by abbreviation as the BDS movement. Mr. Speaker, my question came the day after a motion put forward by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka, condemning the BDS movement and calling it for what it is, an effort to demonize and delegitimize the State of Israel and thereby single out the Jewish people. The motion, which was passed by this chamber on February 22nd, is emblematic of the values that unite us as Canadians: tolerance, respect, peace, and friendship. It does so by condemning any and all attempts by Canadian groups to promote the BDS agenda, which is, quite frankly, symptomatic of the new kind of anti-Semitism that we must not let fester here in Canada. The motion made a powerful statement in its categorical rejection of hate. Mr. Speaker, hate on the basis of race, creed, or color or religion is appalling to all Canadians, and its strong rejection unites us. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it united the vast majority of the members of this House, which is why it was so disturbing that the day after the debate, the very next day, when I asked the minister if he and the cabinet would be clear and unequivocal in condemning the BDS movement, the minister attempted to score cheap political points by questioning our motives and labeling the motion an attempt at division. He admitted that he had reservations. With one cavalier comment, the minister took defense for the principles and values that unite all Canadians and made them a partisan issue. Mr. Speaker, this is offensive to me. I suspect it's offensive to many of the 229 members of the House who voted in favour of the motion. And it's offensive to Canadians of Jewish descent who were reassured by the greater symbolism of the motion, a coming together of parliamentarians to confront a serious public societal and safety issue. Mr. Speaker, I know family members of Holocaust victims in my community who've attended rallies organized by the BDS movement on campuses, and they tell me they've been concerned for their safety in these circumstances. I've heard from the same Jewish students at the local university in the riding that I formerly represented at McMaster University. Sadly and alarmingly, in my own city, swastikas have been painted on garage doors of Jewish homes, and synagogues have felt compelled to increase security measures in recent years. Mr. Speaker, if there's any doubt that a new kind of anti-Semitism exists in our shores, let there be none. If there's any doubt that the ideology and views espoused by the BDS movement are a dangerous and slippery slope that should gravely concern all peoples who love freedom and tolerance, let there be none. If there are reservations that Canada's Parliament speaking in unifying voice against hate directed at Israel and Jews is somehow just partisanship, then let there be none. Mr. Speaker, here's my question for the minister. Will he recant his unfounded and disingenuous comment that the motion was divisive? Or can he produce substantive evidence that would lend any legitimacy to his statement that a motion that stands up for the values that unite us as Canadians is somehow divisive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without reservation, the Government of Canada opposes the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement. Canada and Israel are not only close allies but steadfast friends. We value the strong economic and diplomatic relations between our two countries, and this is a relationship that continues to grow. We are also connected through the deep ties between our people and communities. We reject the BDS movement because we need more, not fewer ties between our people. We need to continue to collaborate in areas such as trade, academia, science, technology, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to stress that the boycott of Israel is at the expense of both Israelis and Palestinians. The BDS movement undermines the prospect of peace and does not lead to a constructive solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Instead, by unfairly singling out one actor, it exacerbates tensions. Our opposition to the BDS movement is not about taking sides in the conflict. It is about supporting dialogue over exclusion. Peace is achieved by building bridges between peoples, having more interaction, and through collaboration. We reject the BDS movement because the imposition of restrictions and sanctions threatens peace and prosperity. The boycott of Israel hurts Canadian and Israeli businesses and does nothing to improve the quality of life for the Palestinian people. The reality is that if we want peace and stability in the region, we need to address the immediate needs and support the economic prospects of the Palestinian people. This is why we continue to work with our partner, the Palestinian Authority, to provide assistance to the Palestinians and to help lay the groundwork for the viable, democratic and secure Palestinian state that will one day exist alongside a democratic and secure Israel. We reject the BDS movement because it is not leading to a constructive solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A just and lasting peace requires direct negotiations between the parties. Efforts that target and punish one side exacerbate tensions and do nothing to advance this cause. It is simply not conducive to achieving peace in the Middle East. And finally, I would like to reiterate that Canada values its steadfast friendship and growing bilateral relations with Israel and our constructive and long-term partnership with the Palestinian Authority. Canada remains committed to a two-state solution of a secure democratic Israel alongside a secure democratic Palestinian state to be achieved through direct negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her reply, and while I take her words and sentiment as most sincere and genuine, I believe that she and her colleagues share a steadfast belief in the values of freedom and tolerance and respect. I'll remind the members of the House the difference between just words and action. That is what we did with the motion on February 18th. We took action by recognizing that the actual threat and loudly condemning it, and I would ask them to do that at every opportunity in the future. As a member of the panel of inquiry in the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism in 2010 and 2011, along with other members of this House, I heard more than enough testimony from witnesses about anti-Semitic deeds taking place in Canada, and we're very concerned still today, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, in the absence of substantive evidence that the motion was divisive, to confirm for this House and all Canadians that the government will abide by the motion and be clear and unequivocal in its condemnation of the BDS movement, and at every opportunity educate Canadians on the error of the BDS movement. Will she do that tonight?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As was made patently clear during our debate in February, the Government of Canada is concerned about any effort that singles out Israel. The boycott, divestment and sanctions movement is clearly one such effort. It imperils necessary economic development. It hinders the lives of Israelis and Palestinians. We need academic dialogue and economic exchange, not isolation. While we support democracy and freedom of expression, of course, BDS is counterproductive to the peace process. We must work towards achieving a peaceful solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that, through negotiation, will lead to the advent of two states living side by side in peace and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we continue on with tonight's adjournment debate, I just remind all honourable members, they may not be aware, but during the adjournment debate, members are free to sit wherever they wish, and they'll still be recognized, much like when we are in Committee of the Whole or other take-note debates and so on. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question in the beginning of March highlighted Canadians' concerns about CETA and the TPP. Both deals contain an investor-state dispute settlement mechanism that will limit the federal government's ability to regulate in the public interest, affecting everything from environmental protection and labour rights to drug costs. I asked the Honourable Minister, when will we see an economic impact study on the TPP from the government, and where is the consultation with Canadians? I find it incredibly frustrating that 7 months after the election, the government still cannot provide satisfactory answers to these basic questions. A few weeks ago, the Minister appeared before the Standing Committee on International Trade. I thought that finally Canadians would get some answers. Instead, more non-answers and evasiveness on consultations and the non-existent impact study. I've heard the government's talking points time after time. They provide zero clarity, zero new information, zero progress on the government's commitments. Mr. Speaker, it's time for results. After listening to the Minister at Trade Committee, I brought forward a motion that put dates and deadlines to the Liberals' promises. The motion requested that by the end of June, the Minister of International Trade would submit to the Trade Committee the proposed economic impact study, a schedule for broad public consultations on the TPP, and a breakdown of the consultations that have been done to date. This isn't an extraordinary request. In fact, the Minister's Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Member for LaSalle Armand Verdun, told our committee back in February that he'd get us a list of consultations done to date. However, it's been 3 months and there still is no list. When I brought my motion forward, my colleagues from the Liberal Party chose to shelve debate on the matter for another day. While they may be okay with conducting a full study and so-called consultation on the TPP without a proper impact study, I, for one, am not. We need the government to start delivering on their commitments. I find it all a little ironic, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues opposite talk about wanting to have meaningful TPP consultations. But when push comes to shove, the government is not doing a good job of informing and consulting Canadians on the TPP. This session, the Trade Committee traveled across parts of Canada to hear testimony from stakeholder groups and individuals. Many of us committee members know that our efforts, though well-intentioned, fell short of the full, meaningful public consultation that Canadians expected. Many people didn't even know that the committee was coming to their region. Our committee simply doesn't have the resources or means to deliver on the public consultations that Canadians deserve and the Liberals promised. Our committee also didn't have an economic impact study from the government to guide our work. We have a few other studies to rely on. For example, the Tufts University study estimates that under the TPP, 58,000 Canadian jobs will be lost. Inequality will increase, and the GDP would raise a meager 0.28% after 10 years. There are many other reports and studies, some suggesting gains and some suggesting losses. However, none of these reports are replacements for an economic impact study done by the Canadian government. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Essex already has a higher than average unemployment rate, and people in Essex will face even more job uncertainty with this bad deal hanging over their heads. So again, I rise in this place and ask for some concrete answers from the government. When is the impact study coming? This month? Next year? And when will the government listen to the criticisms of its consultations and finally start opening up the process?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to once again talk about this important topic. I thank the Honourable Member for her question. I commend her for her work. I can sincerely say, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Essex are well served by the Honourable Member. We promised Canadians during the election campaign that we would consult openly, transparently on the outcomes of this agreement. That's what we are doing. We've heard different perspectives, Mr. Speaker, from those who support the TPP and from those who have concerns and from those who are still undecided. This is an important issue, and we welcome an open and transparent discussion with Canadians. The government, Mr. Speaker, is carrying out an economic assessment of the TPP. In its economic modelling, the government is considering two possible scenarios, a scenario where Canada is in the TPP and a scenario where Canada is not. Once the study is complete, the government fully intends to share it with Canadians. There are many other studies on the TPP, including the studies by Tufts University, the World Bank, the Peterson Institute, and the C.D. Howe Institute. Yesterday, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives also released its own study. These studies reach very different conclusions in regards to the impact of the TPP. The Tufts University study found that the TPP would lead to unemployment and increases in inequality, not only in TPP countries, but also in non-TPP countries. The Tufts study also found that the TPP would result in a net loss of 58,000 jobs in Canada. Conversely, the World Bank found that the TPP would lead to an increase in GDP of 0.04 to 10%, depending on the TPP country, while the Peterson Institute for International Economics projected a 0.5% boost to Canada's GDP as a result of the TPP. Finally, the C.D. Howe study found that the TPP would ultimately create 7,600 jobs in Canada, with 2,200 of those jobs being highly skilled. The report also projected that Canada's GDP would rise by 0.08% in 2035.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to underscore that this government believes in the value of evaluations done by various sources on the value of trade deals. The government appreciates the contributions of academics and various stakeholders. The government has received over 20,000 letters and emails during its consultation process since last November. We have also held over 250 consultations with over 400 different stakeholders. The Minister of International Trade and myself have visited over a dozen Canadian cities to consult Canadians on the TPP. Those consultations took place in Edmonton, Vancouver, Montreal, Halifax, Oakville, Windsor, Regina, Winnipeg, Quebec City, St. John's, Fredericton, Charlottetown, and Guelph, and took the form of meetings, roundtables, site visits, and public town halls. A wide range of Canadians participated in the consultations, including provincial representatives, women business people, farmers, think tanks, softwood producers, seafood producers, environmental groups, small and medium-sized businesses, unions, auto workers, auto parts workers, port authorities, civil society organizations, academics, entrepreneurs, CEOs, and so on. The government's in favor of the deal, but it has to be appropriate for Canada. That's why we've launched a broad-reaching process to ascertain the benefits of the TPP and its well-foundedness for Canada before we decide whether we want to ratify it.
For Essex.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his commitment as well in this file and the work that he's done in sharing with the committee. I thank you for your kind comments as well about my riding. You identified that you have the responses, and it's time to share these responses not just with the committee, but with the Canadian public, so that they can know what the minister has been doing, who you have met with, and actually how they stand on that. You've named many, many groups today, and many of them have opposing views on the TPP. It's time to come forward with that, and that was the intent of my motion, is to bring that forward from the minister, from yourself, so that we can share that information and have that. It's a valuable piece to the work that we do on the committee level. I also want to say that there are different conclusions. You mentioned some of the different studies, but they all show negligible benefits for Canada. So when we look at this on whole, we have to look at tariff, non-tariff, and the pieces that are inside the Trans-Pacific Partnership that frankly have very little to do with trade. And when we look at all of these pieces together, we will be able to finally form a full picture and opinion. It concerns me that I hear that the government is in favor of the deal before taking all of this into account and on balance. This trade deal is not good for Canada. If we are going to suffer job losses under a trade deal, we have to sit and seriously look at the implications to the communities that we all sit in this House representing. I look forward to receiving the answers that the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister will provide to add to the conversation so that, again, at committee level, we can have a full understanding of where Canadians sit on the TPP.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm doing my best. I'd like to tell the honourable member that I'm doing my best to provide that information as time goes on. We have not taken a position, Mr. Speaker, on this agreement. During the election campaign, we told Canadians that we would take the time to listen to them and consult widely on the deal. We're doing exactly what we promised we would do. The Minister of International Trade has consulted with a broad range of Canadians, as have I, as I've just pointed out. The government has taken a whole-of-government approach and, as previously mentioned, have included more than 250 interactions to date with over 400 stakeholders. Our plan is to continue these consultations to ensure that we hear from all Canadians who have an interest. There is no rush, as no TPP country has ratified the agreement. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.